Απολαύσεις περισσότερο το παιχνίδι, παίξε με ασφάλεια. Παίξε χωρίς παρόρμηση. Θέσε όριο στον χρόνο και στα χρήματα που θα ξοδέψεις. Βεβαιώσου ότι το περιβάλλον που παίζεις είναι πάντα ασφαλές. Ενημερώσου για τους όρους του παιχνιδιού και παίξε για να διασκεδάσεις. Δήλωσε και εσύ συμμετοχή στο www.sgw.cy και έλα στην εβδομάδα ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού 9 έως 15 Οκτωβρίου. Ενημερωνόμαστε, συζητάμε, θέτουμε όρια. Απόλαυσε το παιχνίδι. Παίξε με ασφάλεια. Διοργανωτής Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων. απολαύσεις περισσότερο το παιχνίδι, παίξε με ασφάλεια. Παίξε χωρίς παρόρμηση. Θέσε όριο στον χρόνο και στα χρήματα που θα ξοδέψεις. Βεβαιώσου ότι το περιβάλλον που παίζεις είναι πάντα ασφαλές. Ενημερώσου για τους όρους του παιχνιδιού και παίξε για να διασκεδάσεις. Δήλωσε και εσύ συμμετοχή στο www.sgw.cy και έλα στην εβδομάδα ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού 9 έως 15 Οκτωβρίου. Ενημερωνόμαστε, συζητάμε, θέτουμε όρια. Απόλαυσε το παιχνίδι. Παίξε με ασφάλεια. Διοργανωτής Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων. Για να απολαύσεις περισσότερο το παιχνίδι, παίξε με ασφάλεια. Παίξε χωρίς παρόρμηση. Θέσε όριο στον χρόνο και στα χρήματα που θα ξοδέψεις. Βεβαιώσου ότι το περιβάλλον που παίζεις είναι πάντα ασφαλές. Ενημερώσου για τους όρους του παιχνιδιού και παίξε για να διασκεδάσεις. Δήλωσε και εσύ συμμετοχή στο www.sgw.cy και έλα στην εβδομάδα ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού 9 έως 15 Οκτωβρίου. Ενημερωνόμαστε, συζητάμε, θέτουμε όρια. Απόλαυσε το παιχνίδι. Παίξε με ασφάλεια. Διοργανωτής Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. The 6th Safer Gambling Conference organized by the National Betting Authority will begin in 5 minutes.
Για να απολαύσεις περισσότερο το παιχνίδι, παίξε με ασφάλεια. Παίξε χωρίς παρόρμηση. Θέσε όριο στον χρόνο και στα χρήματα που θα ξοδέψεις. Βεβαιώσου ότι το περιβάλλον που παίζεις είναι πάντα ασφαλές. Ενημερώσου για τους όρους του παιχνιδιού και παίξε για να διασκεδάσεις. Δήλωσε και εσύ συμμετοχή στο www.sgw.cy και έλα στην εβδομάδα ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού 9 έως 15 Οκτωβρίου. Ενημερωνόμαστε, συζητάμε, θέτουμε όρια. Απόλαυσε το παιχνίδι. Παίξε με ασφάλεια. Διοργανωτής Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων. Για να απολαύσεις περισσότερο το παιχνίδι, παίξε με ασφάλεια. Παίξε χωρίς παρόρμηση. Θέσε όριο στον χρόνο και στα χρήματα που θα ξοδέψεις. Βεβαιώσου ότι το περιβάλλον που παίζεις είναι πάντα ασφαλές. Ενημερώσου για τους όρους του παιχνιδιού και παίξε για να διασκεδάσεις. Δήλωσε και εσύ συμμετοχή στο www.sgw.cy και έλα στην εβδομάδα ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού 9 έως 15 Οκτωβρίου. Ενημερωνόμαστε, συζητάμε, θέτουμε όρια. Απόλαυσε το παιχνίδι. Παίξε με ασφάλεια. Διοργανωτής Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. The 6th Safer Gambling Conference organized by the National Betting Authority will begin in 3 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. The 6th Safer Gambling Conference, organised by the National Betting Authority, is about to begin. Before the official start of the conference, we would like to briefly draw your attention to a few operational matters in order to ensure the smooth running of the event. First, please make sure that your mobile phone is switched to silent mode. You will find a QR code in front of you which you can scan to access the agenda of the conference. For free internet access, simply connect to the Open Wireless Network under the name Philoxenia Guest. For any further information or assistance that you may require during the conference, please don't hesitate to contact the IMH Secretariat outside. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the conference's chair, Joerg Hofmann, head of the Betting and Gaming Group at MELCHERS Law Firm in Germany.
Good morning and a very warm welcome from my end. It's good to be back here and good to see you all and see you all again. Participating in games of chance for many people has something to do with entertainment. For some, it's a threat. Enjoy the game, play safely, which is the main theme, the topic of this conference and the 6th Safer Gambling Week, hits it on the nail. This is exactly what we have to focus at. Making sure that we place our mission, that we dedicate our work, share our insights and experiences on how to make sure players, consumers will be protected and can enjoy the game. This is why we're meeting here today. This is why we can call this a story of success. If you look around, the room is filled, it's crowded. I've learned we have over 300 registrations. I can remember when the Safer Gambling Week, maybe it was the second or the third, was a bit smaller. When we started, even in the same room, it was the beginning of this story of success, and look what it is now. And I think this is also the success of the NBA and its president, Mrs. Fiakkou, putting these things together year by year and acquiring people from all parts of this world, sharing those expertise they have and they can bring to this conference. I'm very glad to say that. I'm very glad that it happens today. and to see you again. A few things, few information I'd like to share with you. First, you all see these blue cards, menu, whatever it is, on your table. There is a QR code printed in here. If you take your phone and scan the QR code, you and us will save a lot of time because all information needed about speakers, topics, moderators will be provided just by clicking and scanning this QR code. That makes it easier for the presenters not to spend too much time on introductions, but go directly into discussions and presentations. The second thing I want to raise your attention to is Slido. Those of you who are familiar with Slido know exactly what I say. Those who don't know, Slido is something which is a tool that allows us to communicate with each other. So if you want to raise a question to a speaker, presenter, moderator, you can do so by opening the app, and there is a Q&A section and a poll section. We come back to the poll section later. Maybe at the end of the conference, you can rank whatever you think is your opinion on topics, on organization. That is a selection of questions. The organizer would be happy for you to provide them with your opinion on this conference. But the first one, Q&A, you can simply select your question, type it in, and submit it to the organizers. And the important thing with Slido is you can also like questions you can read. If someone is raising a question saying, oh, that's a good one, I want to have that answer, just click on I like it. It's sort of a ranking system which allows us to see, okay, here's a question, maybe 120 people like it, so it's of major importance, of major interest. That's why we can choose this to be answered first if need be and time is running out. Finally, you have to, if you use Slido, you find the code here, which you can scan or which you can type in. The code is SGC 2023. Don't forget the hash in front of it. That takes you directly into this association, these organizations, part of Slido, and we can start communicating. But for now, I do not want to waste more of your time. Feel yourself being warmly welcomed. It's my pleasure now to introduce a few welcome addresses speakers. And the first, of course, who could it be, is the host of today's conference, the president of the MBA, Ioanna, Mrs. Ioanna Fiakkou. Please welcome Mrs. Fiakkou, and you're happy to join me on the stage. So personally, my congrats to a wonderful conference as it started. The floor is yours.
Αξιότιμοι κύριε Ευρωβουλευτή, αξιότιμοι βουλευτές, αξιότιμοι υπαρχηγοί της αστυνομίας, αξιότιμοι δήμαρχε, αγαπητοί προσκεκλημένοι, κυρίες και κύριοι. Σας καλωσορίζω στο 6ο συνέδριο ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού, το οποίο ήθιστε να δει την έναρξη της εβδομάδας ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού. Κυρίες και κύριοι, η πορεία μας ξεκίνησε από το 2015 και συνεχίζει με τον ίδιο ενθουσιασμό και την ίδια όρεξη για δουλειά. Πριν 8 χρόνια κληθήκαμε να διαχειριστούμε με εντιμότητα και αποτελεσματικότητα ένα νέο θεσμό που θα έβαζε θεσμική τάξη στην αταξία. Να ηγηθούμε μιας εξαιρετικά σύνθετης και απαιτητικής βιομηχανίας και να τη στρέψουμε σε μια κατεύθυνση διαφάνειας και ασφάλειας, που πέραν από την οικονομική ανάπτυξη να συνεισφέρει στην ενίσχυση του κοινωνικού ιστού. Είναι χαρακτηριστικό ότι όταν ξεκινήσαμε, η συζήτηση για τα τυχερά παιχνίδια αποτελούσε ταμπού για την κυπριακή κοινωνία. Παρόλη την αυξημένη συμμετοχή στα τυχερά παιχνίδια, το στίγμα ήταν εμφανές, ιδιαίτερα όταν ο παίχτης παρουσίαζε προβληματική συμπεριφορά. Έπρεπε να κάνουμε τα αναγκαία βήματα, ούτως ώστε η συμμετοχή στα τυχερά παιχνίδια να πάψει να είναι το ένοχο μυστικό της οικογένειας και να ενταχθεί σε οργανωμένο πλαίσιο με όρους και κανόνες. Έπρεπε να ξεκινήσει μια μακρά διαδικασία εκπαίδευσης και ενημέρωσης για το πού είναι τα όρια μας και πώς δεν θα τα υπερβαίνουμε. Ξέραμε ότι τα τυχερά παιχνίδια είναι κατά κάποιο τρόπο μέρος της κουλτούρας μας, ακόμα και σήμερα. Η τελευταία παγκύπρια έρευνα που υλοποιήσαμε καταγράφει ότι πέραν από τους μισούς Κύπριους ασχολούνται με το στοίχημα και τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Έπρεπε να παραμένουμε αφοσιωμένοι στην αποστολή μας. Την αποτελεσματική ρύθμιση και εποπτεία της στοιχηματικής δραστηριότητας, τη διασφάλιση του δημοσίου συμφέροντος, τη συμβολή για ανάπτυξη της οικονομίας, την καταπολέμηση της παρανομίας στον τομέα και τη συνεισφορά βεβαίως σε θέματα δημόσιας υγείας και ασφάλειας. Να δούμε την Κύπρο ως ένα δίκαιο, διάφανες και ασφαλές κέντρο ανάπτυξης και καινοτομίας στον τομέα των τυχερών παιχνιδιών, έχοντας στο επίκεντρο την προστασία και την ευημερία του κοινωνικού συνόλου. Εμείς θέσαμε τα γερά θεμέλια. Υπάρχουν πολλά ακόμα που πρέπει να τροχοδρομηθούν. Οι προκλήσεις είναι συνεχείς, αντίθετα οι κοινωνικές συνθήκες και οι εξελίξεις της τεχνολογίας και του τομέα θέτουν ενώπιον μας νέους προβληματισμούς. Κυρίες και κύριοι, αν υπάρχει τη δεδομένη χρονική στιγμή μια σοβαρή απειλή, αυτή είναι η παράνομη αγορά. Επιτρέψτε μου λοιπόν με την ευκαιρία να στείλω εκ νέου το μήνυμα ότι τα περιθώρια έχουν στενέψει και σήμερα όσο ποτέ επιβάλλεται να μιλήσουμε ανοιχτά και με ειλικρίνεια για την ανάγκη να υπάρξει μια πλήρως ρυθμιζόμενη αγορά. Να σταματήσουμε να αναφερόμαστε σε νόμιμη και παράνομη αγορά. Αυτό μπορεί να επιτευχθεί μόνο μέσα από ένα ισορροπημένο πλαίσιο εποπτείας, μέσα από την εφαρμογή του σωστού νομοθετικού και κανονιστικού πλαισίου, επενδύοντας παράλληλα στην κατάλληλη ενημέρωση και εκπαίδευση του ανθρώπινου δυναμικού που ασχολείται στον κλάδο. Πρέπει επιτέλους να δούμε τη μεγάλη εικόνα και όχι να εγκλωβιζόμαστε σε μικροπολιτικές. Σε αυτό ακριβώς εργαζόμαστε σήμερα. Έχουμε υποδιαμόρφωση νομοσχέδιο με στόχους μεταξύ άλλων να διασφαλιστεί ότι η παροχή των αδειοδοτημένων υπηρεσιών διεξάγεται με δίκαιο και διάφανη τρόπο. Να πάψει να αποτελεί μέρος των τυχερών παιχνιδιών, πηγή εγκληματικότητας ή αταξίας ή μαύρης αγοράς. Να διασφαλιστεί ότι η παροχή των αδειοδοτημένων υπηρεσιών διεξάγεται με δίκαιο και διάφανη τρόπο. Να παρεμποδιστεί οποιαδήποτε σύνδεση με εγκληματικά στοιχεία ή στήριξη της παρανομίας. Να διασφαλιστεί η επαρκής προστασία των παιχτών και ιδιαίτερα των ανήλικων και άλλων ευάλωτων ομάδων του πληθυσμού. Στο νέο νομοσχέδιο περιλαμβάνονται εισηγήσεις όπως η εισαγωγή νέων προϊόντων με στόχο να καταστεί η αγορά βιώσιμη, η εισαγωγή αδειών P2B, η δέσμευση των αδειούχων επιθεμάτων ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού, η εισαγωγή του financial blocking σε συνεργασία με τις τράπεζες, ούτως ώστε να αποκλείονται οι πελάτες τους που συμμετέχουν παράνομα σε στοιχηματική δραστηριότητα. Συνεπώς, η εφαρμογή ενός αναθεωρημένου νομοθετικού πλαισίου θα επιφέρει πολυεπίπεδα ωφέλη τόσο στο επιχειρήν και στο ευρύτερο κοινωνικό σύνολο, όσο και στην πάταξη της παράνομης αγοράς, η οποία έχει καταστεί εφιάλτης. Εμείς είμαστε έτοιμοι να το στηρίξουμε και να παρέχουμε την κατάλληλη τεχνογνωσία και στήριξη στην πολιτική ηγεσία. Το νέο νομοσχέδιο πρέπει να τύχει θετικής κατάληξης. Κυρίες και κύριοι, βασικός μας στόχος όλα αυτά τα χρόνια ήταν να θέσουμε στον πυρήνα της Εθνικής Αρχής Στοιχημάτων την προστασία του κοινού και ειδικότερα του κοινού που αποφασίζει να συμμετέχει στα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Για αυτούς τους λόγους είμαστε σήμερα εδώ. Γιατί προς αυτή την κατεύθυνση της προστασίας των παιχτών και της κοινωνίας από τις επιβλαβείς συνέπειες της υπέρμετρης ενασχόλησης με το στοίχημα και τα τυχερά παιχνίδια έχει θεσμοθετηθεί η Εβδομάδα Ασφαλούς Παιχνιδιού. Φέτος πραγματοποιείται για 6η συνεχόμενη χρονιά με μήνυμα «Απόλαυσε το παιχνίδι, παίξε με ασφάλεια». Μέσα από την Εβδομάδα Ασφαλούς Παιχνιδιού θέλουμε να αναδείξουμε με ποιο τρόπο πρέπει να προσεγγίσουμε την ενασχόληση με το στοίχημα και τα τυχερά παιχνίδια γενικότερα, ως ένα είδος διασκέδασης που πρέπει να έχει τον κατάλληλο χρόνο και τα απαραίτητα όρια, όπως κάθε διασκέδαση, ώστε η ενασχόληση να παραμείνει σε ευχάριστο και υγιές πλαίσιο. Η 6η Εβδομάδα Ασφαλούς Παιχνιδιού περιλαμβάνει πολυεπίπεδες δράσεις και εκδηλώσεις, εκπαιδευτικά σεμινάρια, βιωματικά εργαστήρια και διαδραστικά παιχνίδια. Παράλληλα, επιχειρούμε να κινητοποιήσουμε όλα τα εμπλεκόμενα μέρη προς την κατεύθυνση της δημιουργίας ενός ασφαλούς περιβάλλοντος. Αυτό εξάλλου επιβάλλει η στρατηγική ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού της αρχής. Να προστατεύσουμε την κοινωνία από τις επιβλαβείς συνέπειες του στοιχήματος και των τυχερών παιχνιδιών. Να δώσουμε κίνητρα στα εμπλεκόμενα μέρη για συνεργασία, αλλά και να δημιουργήσουμε υποστηρικτικό περιβάλλον για τους παίχτες. Ακόμα σημαντικότερο, να προλάβουμε Η πρόληψη θα έρθει μέσα από τη μεγαλύτερη ευαισθητοποίηση του κοινού, την εφαρμογή πρακτικών ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού και την παροχή πόρων και υποστήριξης. Να βοηθήσουμε όσους έχουν ξεπεράσει τα όρια, με παροχή υποστήριξης σε όσα άτομα τη χρειάζονται, με στόχο τη βελτίωση της υγείας και της ευημερίας τους, με ενίσχυση της θεραπείας και μείωση του στίγματος. Να αναπτύσσουμε προγράμματα, πολιτικές και να λαμβάνουμε πρωτοβουλίες, οι οποίες ενισχύουν την ασφάλεια και τη δημόσια υγεία, δίνοντας προτεραιότητα στην υποστήριξη της έρευνας για το στοίχημα και τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Προς αυτή την κατεύθυνση ανεβάσαμε τον πύχη ψηλά. Τον Ιανουάριο του 2023 καταθέσαμε ενώπιον του Υπουργού Υγείας ολοκληρωμένη πρόταση σχετικά με το σχεδιασμό, την ανάπτυξη και την υλοποίηση δράσεων πρόληψης και έγκαιρης παρέμβασης επί του κινδύνου ή των διαταραχών συμπεριφοράς σε σχέση με το στοίχημα και τα τυχερά παιχνίδια μεταξύ των ατόμων που λαμβάνουν φροντίδα εντός του ΓΕΣΥ. Με αυτό το βήμα θα προχωρήσουμε σε περαιτέρω ενίσχυση της αποστιγματοποίησης του φαινομένου και περαιτέρω αντιμετώπισης της συνοσυρότητας με άλλες εξαρτητικές συμπεριφορές. Για να έχουμε επί του πρακτέου αποτελέσματα, εφαρμόσαμε μέρος της εισήγησης μας στο πρόγραμμα για τις γυναίκες, ούτως ώστε να διευκολύνει το Υπουργείο Υγείας και τους αρμόδιους φορείς κατά τη μελέτη της πρότασής μας. Η εισήγηση μας, αυτή ευελπιστούμε, ότι θα τύχει της κατάλληλης υποστήριξης από την Αρχή Αντιμετώπισης Εξαρτήσεων, την Αρχή Παιχνίων, καθώς και άλλους συνεργάτες. Πρόσφατα διενεργήσαμε έρευνα που εστιάζει στην ενασχόληση των γυναικών, ειδικά με το στοίχημα και τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Μόλις το 12% του γυναικείου πληθυσμού της Κύπρου δεν έχει ασχοληθεί ποτέ με το στοίχημα και τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Οι μισές από όσες έχουν συμμετέχει το έχουν πράξει για πρώτη φορά όταν ήταν ακόμη ανήλικες. Επίσης, μόλις το 1/4 των γυναικών δηλώνουν ότι παίζουν μόνες τους, με την πλειοψηφία να θεωρεί την ενασχόληση ως διασκέδαση. Αξιοποιώντας τα αποτελέσματα της έρευνας για τις γυναίκες και το πλαίσιο της πρότασης για το ΓΕΣΥ, ως ανέφερα προηγουμένως, εγκαινιάσαμε τον Ιούνιο του 2023 την υλοποίηση του προγράμματος με τίτλο «Γυναίκες και τυχερά παιχνίδια, ενδυναμώνουμε τις γυναίκες, γεφυρώνουμε το χάσμα», σε συνεργασία με την Αρχή Αντιμετώπισης Εξαρτήσεων και το ΣΠΑΒΟ. Θέμα το οποίο θα απασχολήσει βεβαίως και το σημερινό συνέδριο. Στόχος είναι η ενδυνάμωση των γυναικών και η διαχείριση συμπεριφορών που σχετίζονται με το στοίχημα και τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Το πρόγραμμα περιλαμβάνει μεταξύ άλλων πρακτικά εργαλεία και δράσεις για την έγκαιρη παρέμβαση και εντοπισμό των ευάλωτων γυναικών για την παραπομπή τους στις αρμόδιες υπηρεσίες της δημοκρατίας. Ένας μεγαλεπίβολος στόχος, οφείλω να ομολογήσω, ολοκληρώνεται περί τα τέλη του έτους. Τίθεται σε λειτουργία η Εθνική Πλατφόρμα Καθολικού Αυτοαποκλεισμού. Όσοι παίχτες αισθάνονται ότι η ενασχόληση τους με τη στοιχηματική δραστηριότητα είναι προβληματική, θα έχουν πλέον τη δυνατότητα να εγγραφούν στην πλατφόρμα και να αποκλειστούν από όλες τις διαδικτυακές στοιχηματικές εταιρείες για όσο χρονικό διάστημα οι ίδιοι επιθυμούν. Θεωρούμε ότι πρόκειται για ένα πολύ σημαντικό εργαλείο αυτοπροστασίας, ενώ διερευνούμε την πιθανότητα ένταξης στην πλατφόρμα και συγκεκριμένων ομάδων πληθυσμού, όπως οι λήπτες επιδομάτων, αθλητές κτλ. Και ευελπιστούμε ότι σε βάθος χρόνου θα ενσωματωθούν και οι υπόλοιπες υπηρεσίες τυχερών παιχνιδιών. Παράλληλα, δίνουμε ιδιαίτερη έμφαση στα ανήλικα πρόσωπα, στη σημαντικότερη μας ομάδα στόχο. Υλοποιήσαμε και υλοποιούμε προγράμματα έμμεσης πρόληψης και ενδυνάμωσης των ανήλικων προσώπων. Μεταξύ αυτών, το πρόγραμμα Game Brain, η συνεργασία μας με το Hope for Children, το Μουσείο Παραμυθιού και πλειάδα άλλων συνεργασιών. Θα ήταν παράληψή μου εάν δεν αναφερόμουν στη συνεργασία μας με το Θεατρικό Οργανισμό Κύπρου, συγκεκριμένα στο εφηβικό βιωματικό εργαστήρι Νέοι σε έρημο νησί, όπου μετά από 6 μήνες ανέβασαν από το 0 τη θεατρική παράσταση Rat Park. Η ομάδα εφήβων ξεκίνησε να μελετήσει το πολυσυζητημένο θέμα των εξαρτήσεων. Ανάλαβαν ρόλο ερευνητή και όσο προχωρούσε η παράσταση, τόσο τα ερωτήματα αυξάνονταν και άρχισε ο κάθε έφηβος να εμπλέκεται προσωπικά στην περιπέτεια. Οι έρευνες και οι αριθμοί έγιναν μαρτυρίες ανθρώπινες και εξομολογήσεις φίλων και συγγενών στην προσπάθεια να κατανοήσουν το πρόβλημα και να βρουν απαντήσεις. Τα κατάφεραν. Το αποτέλεσμα ήταν εντυπωσιακό και συγκινητικό. να δανειστώ μια φράση από τα παιδιά που συμμετείχα στο θέατρο και να προσπαθήσω να σας μεταφέρω το τι κέρδισαν. Και αυτό είναι πολύ αισιόδοξο. Έμαθα να χαμογελώ. Τώρα μπορώ πολύ περισσότερο να συνεννοηθώ με τους ανθρώπους, να επικοινωνώ, να λέω αυτά που νιώθω. Έχω την ίδια συγκίνηση που είχα όταν έβλεπα το θέατρο, κυρία Παπαφιλίππου. Μας έλεγε ο θεραπευτής, ο μεγαλύτερος και ο χειρότερος εθισμός είναι να έχεις μια ζωή χωρίς νόημα, να ζεις την κάθε μέρα χωρίς νόημα. Λένε πως ο εθισμός θεραπεύεται με τις ανθρώπινες σχέσεις. Το συγκινητικό ήταν ότι τα παιδιά 15-16 χρονών μπήκαν σε αυτήν τη διαδικασία και κατέληξαν σε αυτά τα συμπεράσματα. Συνεχίζοντας, με ένα άλλο σημείο από τους προβληματισμούς των παιδιών, είναι τα πάντα μπορούν να γίνουν εθισμός. Λέμε εθισμός ή εξάρτηση. Ποιος ορίζει αν είσαι εθισμένος? Πότε ξεκινάει ένας εθισμός? Ο εθισμός είναι μεταδοτικός? Ο εθισμός είναι επιλογή? Ο εθισμός είναι αρρώστια? Η παρέα φταίει? Πότε λέμε συνήθεια? Πότε λέμε εθισμός? Υπάρχουν ελαφροί και βαριοί εθισμοί. Μπορείς να βοηθήσεις κάποιον εξαρτημένο? Γιατί ένα άτομο που δεν υποφέρει από εθισμό προσπαθεί να καταλάβει γιατί οι άνθρωποι εθίζονται? Αυτοί ήταν οι προβληματισμοί που δημιουργήθηκαν στα παιδιά και το μετάφεραν στην παράσταση. Οφείλω να ομολογήσω ότι η συγκίνηση ήταν μεγάλη και η ικανοποίηση ακόμη μεγαλύτερη για το αποτέλεσμα. Κυρία Παπαφιλίππου και κυρία Μεγαλέμου, ευχαριστούμε για την τόσο άψογη και αποτελεσματική συνεργασία. Αυτές οι δράσεις μας ενεργοποιούν ακόμη περισσότερο. Δεν μπορούμε με τέτοια αποτελέσματα να επαναπαυόμαστε. Το επόμενο διάστημα θα προβούμε σε έρευνα για τον αντίκτυπο των τυχερών παιχνιδιών και του στοιχήματος στον ανήλικο πληθυσμό, έτσι ώστε να ενισχύσουμε τα προγράμματα και τις δράσεις μας. Ένα από τα προγράμματα έμμεσης πρόληψης και το οποίο έχει επιφέρει ουσιαστικά αποτελέσματα στους νέους μας είναι το πρόγραμμα Young City σε συνεργασία με τον Οργανισμό Νεολαίας. Το πρόγραμμα αποσκοπεί στη δημιουργία νεανικών πόλεων μέσα από την ανάπτυξη και υλοποίηση προτάσεων με πολλαπλασιαστικό αντίκτυπο, καθώς και την καλλιέργεια σύγχρονων δεξιοτήτων στους νέους. Κυρίες και κύριοι, η εκπαίδευση είναι το εφαλτήριο της πρόληψης. Για αυτόν τον λόγο, το τελευταίο τρίμηνο του έτους αναμένεται να τεθεί σε λειτουργία η Εκπαιδευτική Ακαδημία της Αρχής, η οποία στοχεύει ακριβώς στην περισσότερη εξειδίκευση της αγοράς, προκειμένου να είναι σε θέση να εφαρμόζει αποτελεσματικότερα το ρυθμιστικό πλαίσιο, να λαμβάνει αποτελεσματικότερα τα μέτρα για την προστασία του κοινού, καθώς επίσης προσβλέπει στην ανάπτυξη κατάλληλου ανθρώπινου δυναμικού, ούτως ώστε να είναι σε θέση να αντεπεξέλθει στις ιδιαιτερότητες του κλάδου. Επιπρόσθετα, το αμέσως επόμενο χρονικό διάστημα, η Αρχή θα θέσει προς δημόσια διαβούλευση το Sustainable Gambling Standard. Η προσπάθεια μας επικεντρώνεται στο να βελτιώνουμε διαρκώς το ρυθμιστικό πλαίσιο των εταιριών και πρωτίστως την ασφάλεια των παιχτών και της κοινωνίας. Στόχος μας είναι να τεθεί προς συζήτηση με τις υπόλοιπες ρυθμιστικές αρχές των κρατών μελών. Ένας από τους επόμενους σταθμούς αυτής μας της προσπάθειας είναι η ενίσχυση της εταιρικής διακυβέρνησης και κοινωνικής ευθύνης των παρόχων υπηρεσιών στοιχήματος και τυχερών παιχνιδιών. Αντικείμενο διερεύνησης μας στο επόμενο χρονικό διάστημα θα είναι και η αξιοποίηση της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης και των απεριόριστων δυνατοτήτων που προσφέρει σε ό,τι αφορά τη διαχείριση μεγάλων όγκου δεδομένων, την επίλυση προβλημάτων, την απλοποίηση διαδικασιών και τον εντοπισμό παρατυπιών. Η προστασία των ευάλωτων ομάδων περνά και σε νομοθετικό επίπεδο. Η Αρχή εξέδωσε αναθεωρημένους κανονισμούς διεξαγωγής της στοιχηματικής δραστηριότητας για τους ευάλωτους παίχτες. Μέσα από τους κανονισμούς προστασίας των παιχτών, νεαρών ατόμων και παθολογικών παιχτών, θέσαμε στο επίκεντρο της προσοχής μας την ενίσχυση της προσπάθειας και της ασφάλειας των παιχτών, κωδικοποιώντας αναδυόμενες βέλτιστες πρακτικές και εισάγοντας νέες ιδέες που περιβάλλουν το ασφαλές παιχνίδι. Τέλος, διενεργήσαμε έρευνα για τη διαφήμιση στο αθλητικό στοίχημα και στη βάση των ευρημάτων αυτής θα προχωρήσουμε σε αλλαγές επί του κώδικα διαφήμισης με απότερο σκοπό να θωρακίσουμε περισσότερο τις συνέπειες προς την κοινωνία. Κυρίες και κύριοι, η Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων έχει καθοριστική συμβολή στην ανάδειξη του τομέα του στοιχήματος ως πυλώνα ανάπτυξης της οικονομίας σε μια ρυθμιζόμενη αγορά. Οι αριθμοί πιστοποιούν ότι η Αρχή ασκεί αποτελεσματικά το ρόλο της, αφού ο τομέας έχει γνωρίσει σημαντική ανάπτυξη τα τελευταία χρόνια με άμεση συνεισφορά στην οικονομία, συμβάλλοντας στην αύξηση των εσόδων του κράτους και στη δημιουργία θέσεων εργασίας. Τα έσοδα του στοιχήματος ανήλθαν στα 375 εκατομμύρια κατά το πρώτο εξάμηνο του 2023, καταγράφοντας αύξηση 26% σε σχέση με το αντίστοιχο εξάμηνο του 2022. Αξίζει να αναφέρουμε ότι το ποσοστό των εσόδων του τομέα των τυχερών παιχνιδιών και του στοιχήματος, συμπεριλαμβανομένου όλων των υπηρεσιών, καζίνο, κρατικού λαχείου, λέσχης υποδρομιών και των ορισμένων τυχερών παιχνιδιών παρέχονται από τον ΟΠΑΠ, ανήλθε το 2022 περίπου στο 5,7% του ΑΕΠ. Στον κλάδο εργοδοτούνται σήμερα πέραν των 1.500 εργαζομένων στον τομέα του στοιχήματος και πέραν των 3.500 σε όλον τον τομέα, ενώ και έμμεσα οι θέσεις εργασίας έχουν αυξηθεί κατά πολύ. Πέραν από την οικονομική επίδοση του τομέα, εργαζόμαστε για να συμβάλλουμε με τις δράσεις μας στην προστασία της κοινωνίας και των παιχτών από τις επιβλαβείς συνέπειες της ενασχόλησης με το στοίχημα και τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Τα τελευταία χρόνια η προβληματική συμπεριφορά έχει αποστιγματιστεί σε ένα σημαντικό βαθμό. Οι παίχτες είναι σε θέση να ζητήσουν βοήθεια και να μοιραστούν τους προβληματισμούς τους. Με βάση την τελευταία παγκύπρια έρευνα, το ποσοστό παιχτών υψηλού κινδύνου περιορίστηκε στο 1,5%. Στόχος μας ήταν και παραμένει η μείωση της βλάβης από την υπέρμετρη ενασχόληση με τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Κυρίες και κύριοι, ελπίζω και εύχομαι η πολιτεία να λειτουργήσει υποστηρικτικά προς τις προσπάθειες της αρχής, κατανοώντας πρωτίστως το ρόλο που η ίδια της ανάθεσε και ενισχύοντας το πολυσχηδές έργο που επιτελεί. Θέλω να πιστεύω ότι η νέα κυβέρνηση θα συμβάλλει ουσιαστικά προς την ενίσχυση του κοινωνικού ιστού και της κοινωνίας των πολιτών και σε αυτό τον τομέα. Οι αριθμοί επιβεβαιώνουν το μέγεθος, τις δυνατότητες και τον αντίκτυπο του τομέα και καθιστούν επιτακτική την έναρξη δημόσιου διαλόγου ως προς την ανάγκη να υπάρξει μια πλήρως ρυθμιζόμενη αγορά. Ένας διάλογος που πρέπει να γίνει με ειλικρινή διάθεση και μακριά από δημαγωγικές προσεγγίσεις. Κλείνοντας, επιτρέψτε μου να ευχαριστήσω τους συνεργάτες μου στην Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων, τόσο το προσωπικό όσο και τους εξωτερικούς συνεργάτες. Όσους συνεργάτες δεν ευχαρίστησα και δεν ανάφερα στην προηγούμενη μου αναφορά στο πλαίσιο των συνεργασιών, για την πολύτιμη συνεισφορά τόσο για το έργο που επιτελεί η Αρχή σε αυτά τα θέματα, όσο και για την άψογη διοργάνωση του παρόντος συνεδρίου και των δράσεων στην 6η εβδομάδα ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού. Ιδιαίτερα ευχαριστώ τον Ευρωβουλευτή και φίλο Λουκά Φουρλά, που παρά το βεβαρημένο πρόγραμμα, την τελευταία στιγμή ανταποκρίθηκε ούτως ώστε να έρθει να χαιρετήσει το συνέδριό μας. Ευχαριστώ για τη συμμετοχή σας και εύχομαι να έχουμε ένα επικοδομητικό συνέδριο. Καλή συνέχεια.
Thank you very much for a wonderful speech, focusing on so many interesting points. I personally like touching a bit more on protection of minors. Sometimes it's overseen, and I also like the approach of having something based on research and evidence to develop things further. So thank you very much, President Fiakkou. After Mrs. President, it's time for Mr. President, and I'd like to welcome on stage the President of the Cyprus National Gambling and Casino Supervising Committee, Mr. Christos Mavrellis, please. A hand of applause. You're welcome, sir. Good morning.
Αγαπητοί σύνεδροι, εκλεκτοί προσκεκλημένοι, εκ μέρους της Αρχής Παιχνίων και Εποπτείας Καζίνου Κύπρου, του Εθνικού Ρυθμιστικού Φορέα για Ιδιωτημένα Καζίνα στην Κύπρο, σας καλωσορίζω και εγώ με τη σειρά μου και ευχαριστώ την Πρόεδρο της Εθνικής Αρχής Στοιχημάτων για την πρόσκληση να συμμετάσχουμε και φέτος ενεργά στην Εβδομάδα Ασφαλούς Παιχνιδιού. Η Αρχή Παιχνίων και Εποπτείας Καζίνου συστάθηκε το 2017 με βάση των περιλειτουργίας και ελέγχου καζίνων νόμων του 2015 και των αντίστοιχων κανονισμών και από την έναρξη των εργασιών της το 2018 έχει την ευθύνη και την αρμοδιότητα να εποπτεύει, να ρυθμίζει και να ελέγχει τα επίγεια καζίνο στην Κυπριακή Δημοκρατία, δηλαδή στις ελεύθερες περιοχές, διότι όπως ξέρετε υπάρχουν και λειτουργούν στις κατεχόμενες περιοχές μας πολλά παράνομα καζίνα. Τα νόμιμα επίγεια καζίνο έκαναν την πρώτη τους εμφάνιση στην Κύπρο το 2018, με το πρώτο από αυτά να λειτουργεί ως προσωρινό καζίνο στη Λιμασόλ και στη συνέχεια λειτουργήσαν και δορυφορικά καζίνο στην Λευκοσία, στην Ioanna και στην Πάφο. Για κάποιο διάστημα είχε λειτουργήσει και ένα στο αεροδρόμιο Loucas. Σημειώνεται ότι όλα τα καζίνο εμπίπτουν στην ίδια άδεια, η οποία έχει διάρκεια ισχύως 30 χρόνια, με αποκλειστικότητα για 15 χρόνια από την έκδοσή της, σε ένα και μόνο διαχειριστή. Σε ό,τι αφορά το ρυθμιστή, δηλαδή την Εθνική Αρχή Παιχνίων και Εποπτείας Καζίνου, τα καθήκοντά μας περιλαμβάνουν τη θέσπιση και τήρηση των διαδικασιών ως προς το σύστημα αδειοδότησης, εποπτείας και ελέγχου των καζίνων και την πρόληψη της πιθανής διάβρωσης του κοινωνικού ιστού από τις πιθανές αρνητικές συνέπειες του τυχερού παιχνιδιού, που είναι και το θέμα του σημερινού συνεδρίου. Αναφορικά με θέματα αδειοδότησης, η Αρχή αξιολογεί και αδειοδοτεί το προσωπικό και τον εξοπλισμό διεξαγωγής παιχνιδιών στην Κύπρο, επιθεωρεί και ελέγχει διαρκώς την τήρηση των όρων άδειάς τους και διασφαλίζει την συμμόρφωση του διαχειριστή με οικονομικές, φορολογικές και τεχνικές πτυχές των εργασιών του καζίνο, καθώς και θέματα ανάλυσης δεδομένων και παρεμπόδισης της νομιμοποίησης των κερδών από παράνομες δραστηριότητες, το γνωστό ξέπλυμα χρήματος, AML. Σε ό,τι αφορά την κοινωνική πτυχή των αρμοδιοτήτων και ευθυνών της Αρχής, στο υπεύθυνο και ασφαλές παίρνιο, που είναι και το θέμα της συνεδρίου μας, η Αρχή, ως ορίζει η νομοθεσία, φέρει ευθύνη έναντι της πολιτείας και της κοινωνίας να διασφαλίσει ότι προλαμβάνεται και περιορίζεται η ενδεχόμενη πιθανή διάβρωση του κοινωνικού ιστού από το τυχερό παιχνίδι. Ο νομοθέτης καθορίζει με συγκεκριμένες πρόνοιες την ευθύνη της Αρχής να διασφαλίσει κοινωνική προστασία από τις πιθανές επιβλαβείς επιπτώσεις του τυχερού παιχνιδιού και αναθέτει στην Αρχή το σοβαρό αυτό έργο, αναγνωρίζοντας ότι οι πιθανές αρνητικές συνέπειες του τυχερού παιχνιδιού επηρεάζουν όχι μόνο τον παίκτη, αλλά και την οικογένεια του και το ευρύτερο του κύκλο σε θέματα οικονομικά, επαγγελματικά και προσωπικά. Οι εργασίες της Αρχής στο θέμα της διασφάλισης ενός περιβάλλοντος έννομου, δίκαιου, ασφαλούς και υπεύθυνου παιχνιδιού χωρίζονται σε δύο τομείς. Ο πρώτος αφορά στην αξιολόγηση και παρακολούθηση της εφαρμογής του προγράμματος υπεύθυνου παιχνιδιού που υποβάλλει για έγκριση στην Αρχή ο διαχειριστής. Το συγκεκριμένο πρόγραμμα περιέχει εκτενείς και συγκεκριμένες πληροφορίες για τις οποίες θα μιλήσει αργότερα η Διευθύντρια του Τμήματος Υπεύθυνου Παιχνιδιού της Αρχής, κυρία Yiannikouri. Συνοπτικά όμως αναφέρω ότι το πρόγραμμα υπεύθυνου παιχνιδιού αποτελεί νομική υποχρέωση του διαχειριστή, ενώ εξίσου σημαντική είναι η υποχρέωση της Αρχής να επιβάλλει ότι οι ευθύνες του διαχειριστή, όπως απορρέουν από την νομοθεσία και το πρόγραμμα υπεύθυνου παιχνιδιού του, τηρούνται και συνεπώς επιτυχάνουν στην έγκαιρη και αποτελεσματική πρόληψη της προβληματικής ενασχόλησης με το τυχερό παιχνίδι. Ο δεύτερος τομέας αφορά στις αρμοδιότητες της Αρχής σε επίπεδο κοινωνικής προστασίας από τις επιβλαβείς συνέπειες που σχετίζονται με το τυχερό παιχνίδι και περιλαμβάνει δραστηριότητες που ίδια η Αρχή και συγκεκριμένα το Τμήμα Υπεύθυνου Παιχνιδιού σχεδιάζει και υλοποιεί με σκοπό τον εντοπισμό και διαχείριση των κινδύνων που σχετίζονται με το τυχερό παιχνίδι, με σκοπό την ελαχιστοποίηση τους. Στο πλαίσιο αυτό, η Αρχή ήδη συνεργάζεται με άλλους κρατικούς και μη κρατικούς φορείς με κοινούς σκοπούς και επιδιώξεις, όπως παραδείγματος χάρη την εκπόνηση ερευνών και μελετών σχετικά με την επίδραση των παιχνίων καζίνο, ιδιαίτερα σε νεαρότερα πρόσωπα, ευάλωτες ομάδες και γενικότερο κοινωνικό πλαίσιο. τον σχεδιασμό και υλοποίηση ενημερωτικών και προληπτικών δράσεων με σκοπό την πληροφόρηση για τους κινδύνους που ελοχεύουν στο τυχερό παιχνίδι, την ενημέρωση για τα μέσα αυτοαξιολόγησης και αυτοπροστασίας που ο διαχειριστής παρέχει και οφείλει να παρέχει με βάση το νομικό πλαίσιο που διέπει το πρόγραμμα του υπεύθυνου παιχνιδιού του. Εκπαιδεύσεις για το προσωπικό του καζίνο που εμπλέκεται στην εφαρμογή του προγράμματος υπεύθυνου παιχνιδιού και που βρίσκεται στην πρώτη γραμμή αναγνώρισης του χειρισμού ατόμων που παρουσιάζουν υψηλό κίνδυνο και σημάδια προβληματικής ενασχόλησης με το παίγνιο. Εδώ να αναφέρω ότι η νομοθεσία παρέχει δυνατότητες αποκλεισμού προσώπων από το να εισέρχονται στα καζίνα και να παίζουν και αυτό έχει διάφορες πτυχές. Δικαίωμα αποκλεισμού έχει η αρχή, έχει ο ίδιος ο διαχειριστής, όπως επίσης και η αστυνομία και τα δικαστήρια. Σήμερα υπάρχουν περίπου 1.500 αποκλεισμένοι. Από αυτούς οι μισοί έχουν αποκλειστεί από το διαχειριστή του καζίνο και οι άλλοι από μόνοι τους. Η πρώτη συνεργασία, ενδεικτικά αναφέρω μερικές από τις σημαντικότερες συνεργασίες της αρχής παιχνιδιών με την αρχή αντιμετώπισης εξαρτήσεων Κύπρου. Η πρώτη συνεργασία προέκυψε με την ίδρυση και λειτουργία του Κέντρου Πρόληψης και Θεραπείας της Προβληματικής και Παθολογικής Ενασχόλησης με το τυχερό παιχνίδι, που λέγεται Φάρος και είναι στο Δήμο Αγίου Αθανασίου. Η Αρχή Παιχνίων και Εποπτείας Καζίνου είναι υπεύθυνη για τα προληπτικά προγράμματα που παρέχονται στο κέντρο και ταυτόχρονα συμβάλλει οικονομικά στην παροχή συμβουλευτικών και θεραπευτικών προγραμμάτων σε άτομα που αντιμετωπίζουν προβλήματα με το παιχνίδι, καθώς και τους οικείους τους, για τα οποία υπεύθυνη είναι η Αρχή Αντιμετώπισης Εξαρτήσεων Κύπρου, μέσω του ανάδοχου φορέα υλοποίησης του προγράμματος ΚΕΝΘΕΑ. Σχετική δράση είναι και η δωρεάν τηλεφωνική γραμμή 1422 για άτομα που αναζητούν πληροφόρηση και συμβουλές για θέματα που σχετίζονται με προβληματική ενασχόληση με το παιχνίδι. Δεύτερη και εξίσου σημαντική συνέργεια είναι η σύσταση και λειτουργία της ερευνητικής μονάδας ελαχιστοποίησης των κινδύνων των τυχερών παιχνιδιών, που ξεκίνησε ως μια πρωτοβουλία του Τμήματος Υπεύθυνου Παιχνιδιού της Αρχής Παιχνίων και Εποπτείας Καζίνο Κύπρου και σε συνεργασία με την Εθνική Αρχή Αντιμετώπισης Εξαρτήσεων Κύπρου αποσκοπεί στην από κοινού επιστημονική αναγνώριση των κινδύνων που σχετίζονται με το παίγνιο, ούτως ώστε να σχεδιαστούν τα απαραίτητα συγκεκριμένα και επιστημονικά ενδεδειγμένα προληπτικά μέτρα που να αρμόζουν στην κυπριακή πραγματικότητα και κουλτούρα. Η Αρχή Παιχνίων και Εποπτείας Καζίνο Κύπρου κρίνει απαραίτητη και ενθαρρύνει τη συνεργασία με τους εταίρους της, όπως είναι η Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων, όπου εντοπίζονται κοινοί στόχοι με απότερο πάντα σκοπό τη στόχευση και αποτελεσματική υλοποίηση δράσεων για πρόληψη του προβλήματος. Εξίσου σημαντικές είναι και οι συνεργασίες της αρχής σε ευρωπαϊκό και διεθνές επίπεδο. Ενδεικτικά αναφέρω τη συμμετοχή του οργανισμού μας στο Ευρωπαϊκό Φόρουμ Ρυθμιστικών Αρχών Παιχνίου, γνωστό ως GREO, και την συμπροεδρία της Ομάδας Εργασίας για το Υπεύθυνο Παιχνίδι που κατέχει ο οργανισμός μας σε αυτό μέσω του Τμήματος Υπεύθυνου Παιχνιδιού. Πρόσφατα εξάλλου πετύχαμε και το δύσκολο στόχο εισδοχής μας στον Διεθνή Σύνδεσμο Ρυθμιστικών Παιχνίου, γνωστό ως Fiakkou, όπου για αρκετά χρόνια αυτό δεν ήταν δυνατό λόγω της προηγούμενης συμμετοχής στο φόρουμ αυτό της παράνομης ρυθμιστικής αρχής παιχνίων των κατεχομένων. Φέτος πετύχαμε για αυτό το στόχο και πλέον η Κυπριακή Δημοκρατία εκπροσωπείται δια των επισήμων ρυθμιστικών της αρχών, που είναι η Αρχή Παιχνίων και η Αρχή Στοιχημάτων. Η αρχή έχει ως αρχή να συνεργάζεται και διαβουλεύεται με εθνικούς και διεθνείς αρμόδιους οργανισμούς αναφορικά με θέματα που αφορούν την πρόληψη της προβληματικής ενασχόλησης με το τυχερό παιχνίδι και ειδικότερα την προστασία νεαρών προσώπων και ευάλωτων ομάδων του πληθυσμού για τα καζίνο. Σημειώνεται εδώ ότι η είσοδος στα καζίνο επιτρέπεται για πρόσωπα που έχουν συμπληρώσει το 21ο έτος της ηλικίας τους. Το υπεύθυνο ή ασφαλές παίγνιο είναι μια σοβαρή κοινωνική ευθύνη όλων μας. Η λήψη ενημερωμένων και υπεύθυνων αποφάσεων δεν απόκειται μόνο στον παίκτη. Η υπευθυνότητα και η ασφάλεια δεν αφορούν μόνο όσους επιλέξουν να ασχοληθούν με αυτή τη δραστηριότητα. Και δεν συνεπάγεται ότι όποιος ασχολείται με το τυχερό παιχνίδι θα παρουσιάσει και προβληματική ενασχόληση. Ευθύνη μας όμως είναι να ενημερώνουμε για τους κινδύνους με σκοπό να τους ελαχιστοποιήσουμε και να είμαστε παρόντες πρακτικά, προληπτικά για όλους, αποτρέποντας τις αρνητικές συνέπειες πριν αυτές παρουσιαστούν. Και αυτή η εβδομάδα που διοργανώνεται από την Αρχή Στοιχημάτων συμβάλλει πάρα πολύ σε αυτό το σκοπό. Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Excellent insights about your understanding of obligations, tools of responsibility to protect players. I think it's a good start for a conference dealing with responsible gaming. But now we are honored and privileged to welcome someone who is not regulator, operator, or scientist, someone who represents a very important part of this community, the politics. Politicians are lawmakers. Lawmakers care for regulation. And this is what it is all about. And the dialogue between the industry, the regulators, all the stakeholders, and the politicians is crucial. It's very important, and we highly value the attendance of Mr. Loucas Fourlas, who is a member of the European Parliament on behalf of Cyprus. And the stage is yours. I'm happy to give you the microphone and share your insights with us. Welcome.
Φίλες και φίλοι, δεν ξέρω αν οι πολιτικοί μιλούν πολύ. Έχω μάθει στο Ευρωκοινοβούλιο ότι όταν είσαι ο τρίτος στη σειρά ομιλητών, σε παρακολουθούν γύρω στα 3 λεπτά. Άρα θα προσπαθήσω σε 3 λεπτά να πω αυτά που θέλω. Υιοθετώ λοιπόν το πρωτόκολλο. Ευχαριστώ για την πρόσκληση να είμαι μαζί σας σε αυτό το πολύ σημαντικό συνέδριο. Η εβδομάδα που διανύουμε αποσκοπεί στην ενημέρωση και ευαισθητοποίηση των παιχτών και του κοινού για την ασφαλή συμμετοχή στο στοίχημα και τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Δεν είμαι ειδικός για να αναλύσω εις βάθος το θέμα, ωστόσο μαζί μας έχουμε έγκριτους ομιλητές, ακαδημαϊκούς και αρμοδίους φορείς που με τις τοποθετήσεις τους θα βοηθήσουν στην εξαγωγή ορθών συμπερασμάτων αλλά και εισηγήσεων ώστε να αποφευθεί ο στόχος που έχει τεθεί. Να επιτευχθεί ο στόχος που έχει τεθεί. Η ιδέα του υπεύθυνου παιχνιδιού υποδηλώνει ότι οι παίχτες είναι πρωτίστως υπεύθυνοι για την προστασία του εαυτού τους, ενώ το ασφαλές παιχνίδι αναγνωρίζει ότι εκτός από την ατομική ευθύνη υπάρχει επίσης και ευθύνη της πολιτείας, της οποίας είμαστε μέρος. Όπως έχει αναφερθεί και τονιστεί πολλές φορές, το ασφαλές παιχνίδι βασίζεται σε μια ολιστική προσέγγιση δημόσιας υγείας, η οποία στοχεύει στη μείωση των επιβλαβών συνεπειών του στοιχήματος και των τυχερών παιχνιδιών σε όλο το φάσμα της κοινωνίας. Η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση επενδύει τα μέγιστα στη ψυχική υγεία των πολιτών και σας αναφέρω ότι τολμήσαμε να ανοίξουμε αυτό το κεφάλαιο στην Κύπρο πριν από μερικές εβδομάδες. 1 στους 2 Ευρωπαίους πολίτες αντιμετωπίζει κάποιας μορφής ψυχικό νόσημα και θα πρέπει κάποτε να μιλήσουμε ανοιχτά και να σταματήσουμε να κρύβουμε τα προβλήματα κάτω από το χαλί. Η ψυχική υγεία, άλλωστε, αποτελεί αναπόσπαστο μέρος του τομέα της υγείας. Δεν μπορεί ένας άνθρωπος να θεωρείται υγιής αν απλά δεν πάσχει από σωματικό νόσημα, αλλά, για παράδειγμα, έχει μια αγχώδη διαταραχή. Με απλά λόγια, χωρίς ψυχική υγεία δεν υπάρχει υγεία. Φίλες και φίλοι, οι αριθμοί είναι πραγματικά τρομακτικοί. Κατανοώντας ότι οι εθισμένοι δεν επηρεάζουν μόνο τις δικές τους ζωές, αλλά και την καθημερινότητα των γύρω τους, συγγενών και φίλων, είμαι πεπισμένος ότι πρέπει να εγκύψουμε ακόμη πιο επισταμμένα στο εν λόγω ζήτημα. Ο εθισμός στον τζόγο είναι ένα πρόβλημα που διαρκώς διωγγώνεται, που καταστρέφει, που οδηγεί ακόμα και στο θάνατο. Εκατομμύρια άνθρωποι νοσούν και αντιμετωπίζουν προβλήματα στις προσωπικές επαγγελματικές τους σχέσεις, ενώ σταδιακά οδηγούνται σε οικονομική καταστροφή. Το πρόβλημα αυτό εντοπίζεται και αρχίζει ολοένα και από νεαρότερες ηλικίες, ακόμη και από την εφηβεία, όπως ακούσαμε, και τα μαθητικά χρόνια, παρά το γεγονός ότι απαγορεύεται το στοίχημα σε άτομα κάτω των 18 ετών. 1 στους 4 μαθητές, αναφέρουν τα στοιχεία και οι έρευνες, έχει στοιχηματίσει τουλάχιστον μία φορά. Και εδώ δημιουργούνται εύλογα ερωτήματα. Πώς αυτά τα παιδιά βρήκαν τον τρόπο, ξεγέλασαν το σύστημα και ποιοι ήταν αυτοί που τους βοήθησαν να το πράξουν. Η παρακολούθηση των δράσεων αυτών των παιδιών πρέπει να ξεκινήσει από το ίδιο το σπίτι και οι γονείς επιβάλλεται να είναι σε θέση να μπορούν να παρακολουθήσουν και να εποπτεύσουν τις κινήσεις των παιδιών τους στο διαδίκτυο. Πρέπει να αποκτήσουν βασικές δεξιότητες χρήσης των υπολογιστών και των έξυπνων τηλεφώνων. Χωρίς απαραίτητες δεξιότητες και γνώσεις, αυτό καθίσταται εκ των πραγμάτων αδύνατο. Οι δεξιότητες είναι το κλειδί του μέλλοντος, το ακούσαμε προηγουμένως, ωστόσο πρέπει να τις αναπτύξουμε ορθολογικά. Ως εισηγητής του Ευρωπαϊκού Έτους Δεξιοτήτων, έχω τονίσει ιδιαίτερα την επίγουσα ανάγκη να εφοδιαστούν οι Ευρωπαίοι πολίτες με δεξιότητες για το μέλλον. Είναι εξαιρετικά σημαντικές και σίγουρα εμπεριέχουν και την εποπτεία. Χαίρομαι που η Πρόεδρος της Εθνικής Αρχής Στοιχημάτων, αγαπητή μου φίλη Ioanna Fiakkou, και τα μέλη της Αρχής αντιμετωπίζουν με πλήρη σοβαρότητα και υπευθυνότητα το ζήτημα του εθισμού και προβαίνουν σε πολλαπλές ενέργειες και δράσεις με σκοπό την προώθηση του ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού. Θέλω να ευχηθώ κάθε επιτυχία στις εργασίες του συνεδρίου και είμαι απόλυτα βέβαιος ότι θα υπάρξουν ουσιαστικά αποτελέσματα. Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Thanks again very much, Mr. Fourlas, for providing an excellent contribution to this conference for political science. It's much appreciated. Thank you. If you look at your watch, would you please adjust your watch to local Cyprus gaming time? It's 9:50 now. Please make sure you've got the right time. And we continue following the schedule, maybe a little bit shifted, but I make sure we keep on track. And for the next 20 minutes, we have a combination of natural intelligence and artificial intelligence. Please welcome Dr. Panagiotis Kouvaros, Assistant Professor of Artificial Intelligence with the University of Limassol in Cyprus, talking about artificial intelligence, the science, the benefits, and the risk. What a wonderful and very timely topic, and how important this advanced development will be. I'm keen to learn what you have to tell us. Please join me. And you make sure if you have any questions later, use the Slido app and send it to us. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by giving my special thanks to Ioanna Fiakkou and the National Betting Authority for the invitation. I'm truly honored and humbled to be here. So today I will talk about artificial intelligence. This is now a technology that has entered the public consciousness like no other technology did in decades. It enabled for the first time machines to have human capabilities. It was used to beat the champion at Go, a strategy game that is far more complex than chess. It was used to solve the protein 14 problem, a scientific problem that was researched for decades. And it was used to create tools like ChatGPT, with which most of you are most probably familiar with. So it is easy to get excited about the potential of the technology, but also to be apprehensive because of the kind of challenges of what it means to be human. And because the unknown leads to extremes, where these extremes are overexcitement or fear, today I will talk about the science driving modern AI. And therefore, hopefully, you will be able to reason yourselves about the benefits and about the risks of AI. So how do we build artificial intelligence? Well, we already have an intelligent machine, which is our brain, so we could try to imitate that. And a crucial aspect of what makes us intelligent is the concept of learning. So learning is absolutely essential to intelligence. We all go through a process of learning, starting from the alphabet, before we can read the great novels of the world. So how learning works? The way it works is very simple. We have data coming in through our senses, and this data becomes signals that go through a network of neurons. And depending on what is happening in the world, the synapses connecting these neurons in the brain either get stronger or weaker. So at a very high level, this is all that is going on. Now, an artificial neuron, which is the basic building block of modern artificial intelligence, works in the same way. So it tries to mimic a biological brain. It starts with getting various inputs. It does some processing on these inputs, and then it produces an output. Now, how does artificial learning work? How do these artificial neurons are able to solve complex tasks that modern artificial intelligence is doing? The best way to think about it is to think about a neuron as a tuner, where it is tuned to previous experience. So let's see an example. I chose an example with which all of you can relate to. So assume that we want to build an AI model that predicts whether or not we will enjoy a certain restaurant experience. And for the sake of the example, assume that this depends only on how expensive the restaurant is and on the length of the menu. So let's build an AI model that makes this prediction. We start with initializing the tuner at a random position, okay? And we have two inputs for the model. One is the expensiveness of the restaurant, and the other is the length of the menu. Then we feed it previous experience. So assume we have, so the ease there should be dollars. So assume we have a case of a previous experience for a very, very expensive restaurant. So we feed this case into the network, and the model outputs yes. Now we know that this is not true because maybe we could not afford the prices of the restaurant, so it was not a good experience for us. So what we do is that we tune the model so that it outputs no instead. Now we feed it another experience. So this is an experience with a reasonably priced restaurant, but one which has a lot of dishes. So we feed this input into the model outputs yes again. But again, we know that this is not true because, say, that the ingredients that we are used to make up the dishes were not fresh. So this was not a good experience. So we further adjust the tuner so that it outputs no. And we do this for all data, previous experiences that we have, and then we obtain an artificial intelligence model. Then we can use this model to make predictions about new restaurants, right? We simply feed the information of the restaurant into the model, and then we get a prediction. So this is, at the very high level, how artificial intelligence works. And to further demystify this tuner, what we have is that this is simply a mathematical function that multiplies each input by a number. And so when we are tuning this model, what we're essentially doing is that we are changing these numbers. Okay, so this was a model with only one neuron, a very simple model. When we put many, many neurons together in a network, we can create complex artificial models like ChatGPT. ChatGPT has over 170 billion tunable parameters. Now, let me give you some examples of networks. A network could be taking this input and biopsy slide, and then giving a prediction as to whether the cancer showed in the slide will spread or not. So this is a very, very important application of AI where these predictions made are far superior than any prediction that can be made by human. Another example is a network that gets as input some text. So this is a great getter quote, and then gives the word that most likely follows the text. So this is the basis of how models like ChatGPT work. Now you may say, okay, we know how neural networks work. They are inspired by biology. but they are not really intelligent. They are mathematical functions, after all. This is generally not true, however. Why? Because there may be more than one road to intelligence. The great analogy of this is flying. Birds, we know that planes are inspired by birds, right? But planes do not flap their wings like birds do. They use jet engines instead. So there may be more than one road to intelligence, and we not have to precisely mimic biology. Okay, so this was the risks of AI, the science of AI. I will not talk about the benefits of AI. So to do so, it is important to differentiate between two types of thinking that we humans do: System 1 thinking and System 2 thinking. So as Kahneman explains in his book, Thinking Fast and Slow, System 1 thinking is fast, automatic, and conscious. So think of when we are driving a car on an empty road. This is System 1 thinking. System 2 thinking is slow, it is effortful, and it is conscious. As an example, think of solving a difficult multiplication problem. This is System 2 thinking. AI is expected to automate any task that requires System 1 thinking. So the applications that can be beneficial to society are endless. But just to mention two, if we can use AI to reduce the number of road fatalities and the number of cancer fatalities, this would be a huge win for AI and a huge win for humanity. In fact, arguably, AI forms the backbone of the next big revolution of society. So we all started off as hunter-gatherers, so hunting animals, searching for food. And then with the agricultural revolution, we solved the problem of searching for food. And following the agricultural revolution, with the industrial revolution, we solved the problem of laboring for food. So these were the two big revolutions of humanity. And following the industrial revolution, we created a lot of jobs that require mental instead of physical work. This was because we freed time from working in the fields. And now following this mental work that we created, AI and its revolution comes in to do the mental work for us. And who knows what comes next. So let me conclude this talk with the risks of AI. So you may have read in the news, or you may have heard prominent people talking about AI getting malicious and harming humanity. So I hope you will now understand that this cannot happen, at least as for now, simply because neural networks, the driving force of modern AI, is simply a mathematical function that does precisely what we tell it to do. Okay, so there is no danger in AI getting malicious anytime soon. It can't be used, however, maliciously by people. So AI will empower already existing crime, whether this is disinformation, fake news, whether this is online scams, autonomous weapon making, or hacking. So society needs to increase effort to catch up with this crime. And AI itself can help with this. To give you just one example, Facebook is using AI to fight fake news, which it does so successfully, where fake news are themselves generated by AI. Now, there are also risks that are concomitant to inherent limitations and widespread usage of AI. So let me explain this using an example. Assume we have a model that takes as input a loan application, and then it gives an output whether the loan application is accepted or not. So assume that the application is not accepted. An important information that the applicant needs to have is why the application was not accepted. However, AI cannot do this. This is what we mean by AI being a black box. We can look into the nodes to try to find information, but all we can see is numbers with no meaning. So AI is not explainable. Using the same example, because exactly a network is a big complex function, it is possible for a malicious adversary to manipulate the input so that it tricks the model into saying yes to a long application that should be rejected. So this is what we mean by saying that AI is not robust. It can also be biased, say biased against women, if the data it was trained on are biased against women. And finally, AI will definitely cause a lot of job displacement. And say society is very important that it provides a safety net for the people that will be affected, and retrain them to new jobs that will probably be created by AI. Now, let me conclude this talk by saying that these are risks that can be mitigated. And to give just one example from my own work, in collaboration with Safe Intelligence, Imperial College London, and Boeing, we have put forward methods that can assess the safety and robustness of landing systems for autonomous aircraft and identify the conditions under which these systems can operate safely, but also identify the vulnerabilities which can then be mitigated. With that, I would like to thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from your end? And if so, it would be nice if you can use Slido to send these questions to us. With a topic like artificial intelligence, it's hard to raise a question that can be answered, can be understood, because that's such a natural intelligence issue as well, a challenge. I'm impressed about what you said, and I'm looking forward to many, many speeches from your end to see what's going on over the next years. I think it will be most interesting.
Thank you all for listening.
Thank you. So, as far as I can see, no questions for this one. There's a chance to raise these more. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Now we have an interesting series of presentations. The first one will be delivered by Dr. Matthew M. Young, who is Chief Research Officer with GREO Evidence Insights, coming from Canada. I think this is Ottawa, if I'm not mistaken. Right. And Dr. Young will give us an overview on results from a national prevalence study here in Cyprus, and will be later joining us for Fireside chat as well. So first, it's your contribution, sir. Welcome. Oh, sorry.
Thank you very much, everybody. And a great thanks to the National Betting Authority for sponsoring the research and also having me here today. Yesus, Kalimara, Neferisto. That's the extent of my Greek, but I hope I did it justice. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about this prevalence project that we did. It was a collaboration between ourselves, GREO Evidence Insights, and IMR, who's here today. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what we did. First, a little bit about who we are, because you may wonder who we are. So GREO Evidence Insights, we're an independent, not-for-profit organization. We're based out of Canada, but we work internationally. And we work in the fields of mental health, addiction, and we have a particular expertise in gambling. This is my conflicts of interest declaration. I will not take a long time to go through it. So what I'm going to talk to you a little bit about today is, the bit of the background for the project, what we did, what we found, the rates of problem and high-risk gambling in the Republic of Cyprus, and then throw out some ideas and some thoughts about some implications of the work. Am I getting maybe I should step away from that mic. Is that better? It's better when I'm probably getting a feedback from those mics. So the purpose of the study was to assess rates of gambling participation and problem gambling in the Republic of Cyprus, and this particularly to using instruments that are used widely internationally so that there can be some appropriate comparisons made. We'll talk a little bit more about the importance of using standardized measures later in the, we'll talk a little bit later about that. So what did we do? So our partners, IMR, collected data about people's gambling participation and harms of gambling, and using computer-assisted telephone interviews. The total sample size was 2,950. Is my audio coming okay, or is there an echo? It's good? Okay. So some of the sample characteristics. So we used stratified multi-stage sampling to ensure that we had accurate representations across the Republic of Cyprus, both for age, sex, district, and we also weighted the data as well to make sure that we had different people from different economic stratifications and things like that. To accompany the study, we also performed a systematic search of studies that were conducted internationally using the same time frame and the same measurement tools in order to be able to have some way of comparing the results that we noted in Cyprus to international studies. So what did we find? So first, results of the systematic search. So we found there was among our inclusion criteria, there's about 10 studies. And among those 10 studies that we found in the similar time frame, there were 5 that were more comparable to the research that we conducted, i.e. they used the same measurement tools, were conducted during the same time period, etc. These were 3 studies from Australia, a study from France, and a study from the Republic of Ireland. What did we find? How many people gamble? In 2022, 55% approximately of people in Cyprus reported gambling in the past year. This is generally fairly comparable internationally. Among the 55% of people in Cyprus who reported gambling, we found that they were more likely to be male and more likely to be younger, 18 to 34. Among people who reported gambling in the past year, 73% of those reported gambling at least once a month. So that gets into how frequently do they gamble. Also very much in line with what we see internationally, the most popular form of gambling is the lottery. I'll unpack this a little bit more in a few moments, followed by sports betting or betting on other events and bingo. This is also what we see internationally. Lottery is always the most popular form of gambling. When we get into the second and third, sometimes there is some deviation, but that can oftentimes be explained by what the legal forms of gambling are in the country. When we look at online gambling versus in-person gambling, this is an important variable to look at because online gambling, there's a growing literature showing that people who participate in online gambling are at greater risk of gambling harm. And we found among gamblers in Cyprus, 14% gambled online in the past year. So when we start looking at the percentage of people within the Republic of Cyprus who gamble at problematic or high-risk levels, we used a tool called the Problem Gambling Severity Index. We will talk later about the different tools that are used. The tool is not perfect, but it happens to be perform very well, and it's the most widely used international instrument to measure problem gambling severity in the world right now. The the way the problem gambling severity index is used, it categorizes people into 4 categories, really 5, because you have non-gamblers, but then you have 4 other categories. And what we found in the sample was 44.1% met the criteria, were non-problem gambling, 6% were low-risk gamblers, 3.6% moderate risk, and 1.5% of the Cyprus population met the criteria for problem gambling. This is historically and internationally within the range of what we see. Among the comparable studies, it's at the high end. We certainly see it's higher than what we observe in Australia. It's higher than Ireland. And the France study is a little bit tricky to compare because they look at the percentage out of gamblers, not out of the entire population. Following this, there was an interest, and we oftentimes do this in prevalence studies, to be able to understand what are the correlates and what are the relationships between at-risk play and participation, demographics, and things like that. What oftentimes happens in these studies is there is not large enough sample size to be able to conduct analyses, to be able to do these the proper analyses. So what is a common strategy is the groups are combined a little bit. So we take the people who are diagnosed as problem gamblers and take a portion that score higher in the moderate risk category, and we put them into a high risk category, and that permits us to be able to conduct analyses to look at how, what are the correlates of gambling problems. So from this point on, I will be talking about the group of 2.6% of the population that meets the criteria for high-risk gambling, which is a more liberal definition of problem gambling than problem gambling. What did we find? High-risk gamblers are most likely to be male and 18 to 34 years age. Overwhelmingly male, it turns out. If you look at, is this? I don't have a pointer, but you can see in the sex graphs there that 92% of people in the high-risk category were male. This is quite significant, and we don't see that big proportion among a lot of the international studies. We also see that the majority, or 41% of people in the high-risk gambling category tend to be between the age of 18 to 34 years old. We also know that compared to people that gamble that don't that are non-problem gamblers, they're more likely to use tobacco and more likely to engage in binge alcohol drinking as well. We also see that mental health challenges among the group of high-risk gamblers is also higher. This is also fairly typical pattern that we see internationally. We noticed that people reporting, there's a greater proportion of people in the high-risk category that reported low to very low happiness over the last year, and or reported past year serious mental health issues. Now, this may be one of the more interesting slides, and there's accumulating evidence of gambling type being associated with gambling harm. And I'll talk a little bit about it in a few minutes, but it is related to the ability to gamble more frequently and spend more money. So what we see here is, if you look at the lottery, you see the distribution. So everybody plays the lottery. Pretty much everybody who gambles plays the lottery. And we see a distribution of mainly 92.3% of non-problem gamblers play the lottery. People who are at risk also play the lottery. However, we see over 75% of people who gamble in sports betting or other events, 75% of those of the high-risk category participate in these activities. We also see the same pattern in fruit or slot machines, electronic gaming machines. And the growing body of evidence suggests that this is associated with the fact that these kinds of gambling opportunities allow a person to gamble more frequently and spend more. If somebody is able to gamble more frequently and spend more, they're more likely to experience harm. We also see this with casino table games. So among high-risk gamblers, we see that they're more likely to just bet on sports, lottery, fruit machine gambling. I talked about that already. We also found that among high-risk gamblers, 61% report gambling online versus in person, whereas among non-problem gamblers, only 7 or 8% reported gambling online. So, what do we take away from this? I might jump a little bit ahead because I'm running out of time a little bit, but one of the things that's important to note here is, though there have been prevalence studies done in the Republic of Cyprus before, this is the first one that has really used kind of internationally comparable measures. It's a snapshot in time as well. We don't know whether or not this represents an increasing trend or a decreasing trend. It could be either. And so it's important to do the study again and take a look at whether or not these rates have gone up or gone down. And whether or not things are going up or going down is highly dependent upon availability of gambling and the kinds of products available. So one of the things that we see here is, and this is something to consider maybe for the rest of the day, but these are the results of a study that my team conducted quite some time ago, but 2 years ago, and it was the result of 104 prevalence studies from around the world. It was published in the journal Addiction, so one of the most prestigious addiction journals. And what we found is that if you look at 104 studies over time, the biggest predictor of gambling risk is not individual factors like gender, like sex, ethnicity, things like that, but it's in fact gambling activity. So we do see that people who engage in internet gambling, people who gamble on electronic gaming machines, that's the biggest risk factor that will predict whether or not somebody encounters problems. The other thing to consider is something else, and this is what I spent 30 years studying substance use epidemiology, and one of the things that we talk about in the drug policy world is the association between, or the comparison between prohibition and commercialization. And it's really important for regulators to get that mix right. What we have here is on the y-axis is the quantity of social and health harms in a population, and we have at the bottom is the regulation. And what we have is when we have prohibition, like alcohol prohibition in the United States or in Canada, we see harms and social and health harms go very high. But we also see the same thing when we have hyper-commercialization. And this is associated with the emerging finding that as gambling participation increases within a population, harms also increase within that population. So the goal, or the challenge that we all have, is to hit that right mix of legal regulation and not prohibiting, but just the right level of regulation. And then finally, I'll end on the one of the projects that emerged that has lended a lot of credibility and evidence to the idea that participation in gambling is associated with harm, is a large project, 8 different countries, 5 years work that developed lower risk gambling guidelines. And with these risk curves were conducted that compared somebody's involvement in gambling to the harm they experienced. And the association was very strong, and from that we were able to, much similar to how some countries have low-risk drinking guidelines, we were able to produce a workable set of actual recommendations for how to minimize or gamble safer. So, shout out to my colleagues. Carling Baxter worked on this with me. Rachel Volberg was very involved as well, and Internet Market Research here today, Thank you very much.
Excellent, Matthew.
Thank
you very much for sharing these wonderful insights. What a detailed analysis with us. You will be joining us for a fireside chat right after the next panel, and I'm sure you will be discussing your findings and probably more findings, those found by Dr. Margaret Carran. She is Associate Professor in Law and Associate Dean for Education at the City Law School, University of London, UK. And she'll be talking about the gambling and problem gambling monitoring methods in the United Union, in the European Union member states. So we're extending the scope from the domestic view on Cyprus to Europe. And I think that's a wonderful combination. Both will discuss their findings and their analysis in the fireside chat immediately right after. May I ask Dr. Carran to join me on the panel? Here you are. Thank you very much. Looking forward to your insights.
Thank you very much for this wonderful presentation. I'm going to put it away, although I'm not sure whether the echo disappears. But I don't think the echo is there. I think the echo is here. I think that's what it feels like. Thank you very much for the presentation. As I was introduced, I'm Dr. Carran from University of London, City University of London. And what I'm going to present to you today is a snapshot on some of the findings that I have discovered doing my study that I carried out in conjunction with the European Gaming and Betting Association. What we really wanted to do in terms of the actual study was to find out what European Union jurisdictions actually do in terms of how do they measure problem gambling, how do they measure gambling engagement, and what happens to those details afterwards. What we didn't want to do, and this is still not the case, is to call out on any country in order to name or shame or to cause anything of that kind. It was simply a fact-finding exercise to find out whether any of the measurements method can be compared with the other in order to see to what extent this can be used to assess the evaluation of effectiveness of any regulatory measure that takes place. So when we kind of started on it, and we started during COVID, we hoped we were going to get answer from most of the European Union jurisdictions. We didn't, but we have managed to get a good snapshot from quite a lot of them. Now, in terms of the methodology, very quickly, we sent a survey to relevant regulators or national ministry, depending on the jurisdiction, asking specific questions as to how gambling engagement is measured, how problem gambling is measured. We also had additional questions to ask whether member states had specific definition of problem gambling. And we also asked whether the member state had specific definition of gambling harms. And this is important because we made the distinctions, I've made the distinctions between problem gambling as being assessed by most of the surveys through the screening tools and gambling harms that tend to be potentially significantly broader and more extensive than it would be the case with the problem gambling itself. We got the surveys from some of the jurisdictions. We then asked some of the national association if they could supplement those. In total, we received 20 surveys. Today, I have picked up 16 of them to look at, and we've made the analysis that is the current presentation for you. In terms of acknowledgement, limitation, and disclosure, very briefly, the EGBA was the one that commissioned the study. They fully funded it, and they helped with the conduct of the survey as to who they were sent to. However, after that, they had almost no involvement, and all the analysis and the discussions was done by myself. And apart from the commission's fee, I don't have any other conflict of interest to disclose. Okay, before we started upon it, we'll look at some of the surveys and the scoping study that were carried out before. So there were especially two that looked at what has already happened. So Williams et al. Has already been cited by Matthew in 2012. He looked at what kind of national surveys were carried out in different jurisdictions. And he identified 19 in the relevant countries. As you can see, I removed UK because UK is no longer part of the European Union, although we have looked at what UK does in this context as well. For the same period of time, from 2000 to 2015, we also had Calado and Griffiths, who carried out the same study, and it can already show how different it is. Williams et al. Has identified 19 studies, Calado and Griffiths have identified 31 studies. And importantly, Williams et al. Carried out standardization exercise, and those are numbers for European countries. Williams did internationally worldwide, but I removed the countries that were not part of the European Union. Whereas Calado and Griffiths simply looked at what happened without standardization exercise. Now, what is the standardization exercise that I'm referring to is simply trying to play with the figures and work with the figures to make them comparable internationally. And it was quite interesting to see that Matthew Young mentions that Cyprus has done the first survey that can be compared internationally, because this is precisely what I'm trying to drive at in my presentations after looking at what's currently happening in European jurisdiction. So what we have found, I looked at responses from 16 member states. In total, we got 20, but those 20 includes United Kingdom, which of course is outside EU now. And I also was able to gather the data from Ireland myself. And we had responses from France, but not from the regulators, but from the French National Association. And we had two other responses which were partial. So I was able to include them in the final report, partially, but not in full. So what we have found that it's interesting. Well, the first interesting part, and it's probably a credit to Cyprus, is that Cyprus is the one jurisdiction that requires carrying out of national systematic surveys in its law. All the other countries carry it out on a regular basis, but it's not statutory mandated. It's probably required from the regulatory point of view, but not in a primary legislation. In terms of the other countries, what is important to note is that all countries carry out surveys, one way or another. But we made a clear distinction between those that are systematic and nationally driven, and those that are perhaps less systematic, more ad hoc, or not prescribed by the regulators, but carried out by different actors. So we had a reasonable equal split. If I include the additional 4 countries, then we would have 12 who carry out national surveys in a systematic manner, and 8 who measure gambling engagements in a different way. Now, the fact that we have lots of national surveys carried out is where similarities end. And it's interesting to hear Mr. Young saying before that Cyprus also had national surveys beforehand, which we know, of course, but this survey that was carried out 2022 was the one that could have been compared internationally. And this is what shows, and I will try to show in a second, at the moment is very difficult. You can find specific jurisdictions that will fit within the timing, within the methodology, within the vehicle, that you can compare your findings to the others, but to make it in a consistent way across many jurisdictions, for example, within European Union, is almost impossible. And why is it impossible at the moment? The reasons why it is impossible is because of the first thing, varied intervals. So the intervals of how these surveys are carried out can be as little as quarterly telephone surveys that take place by the Gambling Commission in UK, to 5 years, which take place in Austria and Denmark. Now, we have lots of intervals in between. So some countries have intervals of 1 year. They do it every year. Some countries do it every 2nd year. Some countries do it every 3 years. Some countries do it every 5 years. And they don't do it at the same time. So it's not only that the intervals differ, but also the actual durations and when those data is being collected differ as well. Secondly, it's not only that the intervals are different, but we also have different target groups as to who is being surveyed. Again, if we would think that every country is targeting the same type of people, that's not correct. Some have a minimum age that starts at 15. In some countries, the minimum age of people who are included in the adult survey, not in the kids survey, is 16. In some, is 18. In some countries, for example, Malta or Italy, there is no upper limit. So we can have anyone included in the survey. There is a minimum limit, no upper limit. In other countries, we have 74 maximum age, 65, 75. Again, very significant difference in the age groups. What's more is that we have varied vehicles. So in some countries, we have bespoke population-based gambling surveys. In some countries, we have national household surveys. In others, we have health surveys. In some other countries, we also have bespoke measures which utilize their own specific vehicles that they have chosen. So those things make huge differentiations in the outcomes. And that is because we know that different target groups, different vehicles, and different timings will produce different outcomes with regards to the number of people who engaged in gambling and the number of problematic gambling behaviors. Additionally, it doesn't stay still. Those things remain in flux. Only Cyprus, Finland, and Malta had a system that have been relatively unchanged for quite some time, but even now Cyprus has changed the measure. So that leaves Finland and Malta that allows for the comparisons to be made over a prolonged period of time. When it comes to other jurisdictions that do not have a systematic intervals, it doesn't mean they don't have surveys. In fact, Belgium, for example, is one of them. They have more surveys carried out than many of the countries that have reported systematic surveys. But it simply means that they may be more ad hoc. They may be targeting subpopulation as opposed to the general population. And there are some countries, like Portugal, for example, that actually looks at number of players that are registered. And if it looks at problem gambling, it looks through number of players that are on self-exclusion registers. And whether this is a valid measure or not, that remains debatable. When it comes to problem gambling measurements, in terms of the definitions as to what problem gambling means, perhaps unsurprisingly, every country had their own definition. And those definitions were almost invariably referring to either DSM-5 or IDC-11, or previously DSM-4 and IDC-10. Now, they're not statutorily defined necessarily, but this is the common reference point that most of the jurisdictions would have made. However, in terms of the actual screening tools that are being adopted by jurisdiction, again, there is relatively little similarity. The most common one remains PGSI. So this is the one that is authoritative and it's used in the vast majority of member states, but not everywhere. So we have other surveys that refer to other measures such as SOCs, notes, lie and bet screening tools. And again, we know that different screening tools will produce different outcomes. And when it comes to official gambling-related harms, only Finland has partial statutory definition of what is included. But again, the definitions that it's statutory is very broad and doesn't necessarily go into the details that are perhaps important. Now, it is, of course, important to note that health professionals and all people who relate and work in this industry are very aware of what gambling-related harms are. But there is a bit of a gap between awareness of what they are and clear articulation of those for the purpose of measurement, and to see whether there is any scope in which those gambling-related harms can be measured objectively. So what this brings me to and why it matters, and I appreciate that I'm running out of time, so I've run out of time, so I will wrap it up in less than 1 minute. Why it matters? To me, it matters because many of you who may have heard me before, I'm a very avid advocate of standardization and trying to harmonize the rules that can be harmonized as much as possible. And there are two reasons behind my kind of desire to do it. The first one is we keep saying that we want to introduce safer gambling measures, that we want to introduce social responsibility measures that are proportionate to the risk, that are protecting the players and do not make it impossible for the industry to operate. But how are we supposed to know which of those measures truly work if it's very difficult to assess it based on the surveys that we carry out? If we keep changing the vehicles of the surveys, if we keep changing the methodology, if we keep changing how we decide whether people are at risk or not at risk of problem gambling, what is the real evidence that we have that specific regulatory interventions do or do not work? Secondly, any issues with regards to enforcement and comparisons between the countries, again, if we have different duration, different times, different screenings, makes it very hard. Standardization exercises are time-consuming and very expensive, and they are not carried out very often. If we had a significantly more systemic way of doing things that is comparable internationally across many jurisdictions over a period of time, it would produce a genuine evidence of what regulatory interventions do and do not work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Carran. Excellent, and almost on time.
Apologies.
No, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Thank you. I think it's great to follow these two experts now in a discussion which we call Fireside Chat. It will be moderated by Dr. Young and will take 20 minutes, roughly, and we may take questions afterwards. If you do not want to use Slido, you don't have to, of course. You can also raise your hand, and we've got microphones. Come with you, and you can raise your questions just in front of us. First questions came in. We will do it after the Fireside Chat. If there are any more, we're happy to answer them. But now, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, and wonderful presentation. It's probably not surprising that I agree with everything you said. It's very difficult to do. I mean, in order to evaluate programs, we need to have common measures so that we can speak the same language. Even though the measures may not be perfect, sometimes the standardization of those measures is almost more important than their perfection, because we can at least look at changes. Do you have any ideas about how we might try and encourage more standardization across the different surveys?
Okay. Thank you very much. I enjoyed your presentation very much too. And it's really nice to see that Cyprus is already moving in this direction. And I think you mentioned that hopefully that will become more of a trend. Now, as we discussed earlier, there is no real stick that we could use to force the countries to actually standardize the measure. So my hope is that the regulators, the national bodies, will actually appreciate the benefits that would result from such a harmonization. That it's not just that, oh, we don't want to do it because of cultural differences or because it's too difficult. Because we have ways in which it has been proved that can happen, and it's happening. So we have the pan-European surveys of children on lots of different activities, which is administered and works very successfully. So it shows that it is possible to coordinate. The question is whether there is enough willingness to do it. Mm-hmm. So what I'm trying to do by presenting and talking to people and advocating for it is to encourage the conversations to be taking place, for the regulators to speak to each other, for the relevant parties in the national ministry. Not all countries have specific regulatory bodies. Some of it is part of the national ministry responsibilities, to actually be more open and talk more, not just as to why we don't want to do it, but what benefits would accrue to everyone, including them, if we actually started doing it. Mm-hmm. So I hope that by doing that, we raise awareness of the benefits of it. And I'm not sure if there are any other ideas that you have that would help with promoting the push for harmonization.
Well, I mean, one of the things that comes to mind as you think about some of the things like the ISO, International Safety Standards, or things like that, you know, there's a lot of benefit to an organization to be able to say they're ISO certified. Is there a way that maybe regulators or others interested in this area could get together to kind of talk about and decide upon core indicators of gambling harm and problem gambling and in prevalence surveys? And then if you include those measures in a minimum kind of way that allows it to be comparable, you could almost brand it as a certification of standard survey methodology. It would need a marketer. That's not it's a terrible name for it, but if you know what I mean. So that might be an option for sure.
Potentially. I think what we need to think about is looking at it from a slightly different perspective, step back. What are we trying to achieve from the surveys? What are they for in the first place? So in many ways, the surveys is definitely an excellent fact-finding what happens as to how many people engage in gambling. They are pretty robust in determining how many people are potentially at risk of gambling-related harm. What the surveys don't tell us is why it happens, and perhaps an additions of methodology that would drive into these directions would help. But even without that, we're doing it because we want to reassure ourselves, and the regulators, the politicians, will want to reassure themselves that the methods of the Safer Gambling Initiative, the social responsibility packages that are very different across different jurisdictions, are effective and are successful. And in many ways, there is so much disagreement across jurisdiction as to what social responsibility package is important, which should be introduced, which are necessary, which are perhaps less successful. But all the assessment is based on national data. Mm-hmm. There is no international comparison. Whereas if we could have a more standardized measure, even if it was just the core basic part, not necessarily the full details, then it could provide a significantly more robust evidence that specific intervention has or hasn't worked. And if you have something, let's say, introduced in Germany, Germany had a major overhaul of the system recently. We have the Netherlands that is currently in the process of introducing lots of different measures. And then we have other countries that had introduced social responsibility measures a long time ago, but are adjusting it. In UK, white paper is changing some of it. If we could then see how it works and compare it through our international tool, then it would really be significantly more convincing evidence-based, at least in my view, than what we currently have.
Yeah, I agree completely. One of the things that is always interesting is when we think about some of the safer gambling measures is, what do we really mean by that? And like, do we mean that just fewer people enter into the condition of problem gambling, or do we want to put in place policies, procedures, interventions that reduce gambling harm within the population? And then we get to a measurement question about how do we measure gambling harm. When I mentioned briefly during my presentation the lower risk gambling guidelines. So the first thing that we had an international committee that got together, and the first thing we asked was, lower risk of what? When we think about trying to tell people don't gamble more than you can afford, don't gamble too long, think before you bet, why do we tell them that? The idea is that we want to make sure that they are less of a risk of harm. I came back into the gambling field after working in alcohol and substance use for a very long time, and one of the interesting things is I noticed that in the gambling space we talk about the risk of problem gambling, whereas in the alcohol field we don't talk about the risk of alcoholism, we talk about the risk of stomach cancer, the risk of injuries associated with consumption of alcohol and driving, risk of a whole bunch of things that we know are associated with alcohol consumption. Gambling, I don't think, has evolved to that extent, and we still simply use this one measure that measures a very small proportion of the population that happen to meet that definition. And because that's oftentimes in response to underlying issues like mental health challenges, things like that, that number doesn't change all that much in response to interventions. The other indicators, so I'd like to ask, if you have any ideas about harm measures, because if we had better, more sensitive harm measures, we would be able to better and these measures would be more sensitive, and we would be able to measure the effects of our interventions with much greater precision.
Yeah. Absolutely. Again, perhaps it's not surprising that I completely agree with you on that. It's interesting because in UK Gambling Commission is working on gambling harms in addition to the problem gambling measures per se, and that is something that is being introduced into the actual surveys. Gambling harms are a bit more complicated because as we kind of look at it with other substance addictions, alcoholisms and others, they tend to be significantly more outward and perhaps easier to assess objectively. If you're talking about stomach cancer, you're talking about A&E admission, the number of accidents that may happen on the road because someone is drink driving, or similar ones. Those are objectively verifiable measures. They don't rely on self-reporting of people to say how much they drank or what harm they caused them. And yes, you can have some really acute instances of gambling problems where, I don't know, someone gambles away their family home or their mortgage money. And that could potentially be objectively measured through gambling bankruptcies or other problems. But that would be only at the extreme sides, and I think that would be too narrow. And we would need to find a ways of making an objective measure that perhaps captures not just the extreme harms that could be easily identified externally, but also the harm that are at the lower level, like people not necessarily gambling their home away, but then not having enough to provide proper nutritious food to their family, or spending things that they were supposed to be from family holidays, and then it's just going on gambling.
Yeah.
And
arguments
that sort of
with spouses
activity.
and things like that. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. I'm wondering if there was any questions, because I recognize we're at the 10-minute point, and I was going to check in with our wonderful moderator at around this point to see if there was any questions.
That's a good idea. No questions.
There's at least one question, and it's about player protection. It's about the gamblers can be at moderate risk just by being blamed by others. That is outside the effect it has on the gambler themselves. Doesn't that mean that if attitudes in population become more negative, if these severity scores, these severity index scores, get an increase unrelated to actual harm? No measure is perfect, it's just a point to note. So would you like to comment on this? My understanding is that just because probably someone else, not the player himself, is going to exclude someone, the player, it could have some impact on the analysis and maybe the research finding of these indexes.
Okay, do you want to address it?
So I'm not sure. So the most of the surveys that I'm aware of, and I believe that some of the surveys that you were talking about are self-report from an individual's perspective. They're not talking about harms experienced from another person's gambling, although that is a significant issue. Anybody who does gamble problematically, they're not the only person that experiences harm from that. They're usually their families are also affected. So I'm not sure if I'm answering the question right, but certainly all these survey questions are asked to individuals who report on their own gambling, not somebody else's.
Right. I think this was about the problem gambling severity index.
Yes.
And I think that answers the question. Thank you very much. There's another one. The European Committee of Standardization, CEN, is dealing with standardization of the markers at harm, a topic we will touch on later as well. Largely industry-based, regulators are moderately involved. Would you like to comment?
Can you repeat the question?
It's more a comment, but it's probably about if you can agree. The message is the European Committee of Standardization is dealing with standardization of the markers at harm, largely industry-based. Regulators are only moderately involved. This is sort of an analysis. Could you confirm whether this is your anticipation as well?
If I understand your question correctly, and I do apologize, but we have quite a lot of echo here, so we may not fully understand what is being said. There is a lot of initiatives now that tries to understand what markers of harm really are, that are independent to the screening tools that we have been talking about. And for example, one of the important markers of harm is expenditure, but not expenditure in an absolute sense of how much money people spend on gambling, but expenditure relative to the respective income. And there are many other potential markers of harms that can be identified. Now, the issue here is, first of all, on agreeing what the markers of harm is, and my understanding is that there is still quite a lot of disagreement across different states, different regulators, as to what the appropriate objective markers of harm really are. And secondly, even if those markers of harms are identified, there would have to be a way of measuring it, not necessarily from a self-report, because self-reports suffer from the inherent unreliability problem, but is there a method to measure those markers objectively? And with online gambling, for example, one way of doing it is to look at the activities online. We talked about artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence has enormous capacity to identify problematic or risky type of gambling that someone may engage in. The difficulty then comes with GDPR and the fact that data protection is very strong, and rightfully so, and people do not necessarily gamble on one online website. They don't necessarily gamble with one gambling operator. They don't just go to a land-based casino. And a lot of people engage with multiple forms of gambling. So kind of trying to reconcile all those things, it's very difficult. And this is an enormous project that would need to be undertaken and is being undertaken in order to come up to some sort of an agreement that then all jurisdictions would be happy with. I don't know whether I answered the question, yes, but hopefully.
Matthew.
It may be important just to think about the credibility of the core measures as well. So there are lots of organizations that will do a very, very fine job doing that, but it's really important that any kind of conflicts of interest are wed out. So I think having a board that may have be coming from industry may not necessarily meet that criteria. It may be more important that regulators or a board appointed by regulators of academics who can look at this issue without any kind of influence or perceived influence from the outside, so that they can come up with a core set of measures based on the evidence that it's above reproach and cannot be criticized. I think that's probably important. So the only thing to mention to that would be there may be the choice of the organization to come up with a set of core measures, I think, is an important aspect to carefully consider.
Right. I think that's important to be pointed out. Due to the running out of time, we may have one more question, and it's the one that's obviously attracted the attention of more of only one delegate in this room. Although you slightly answered this question, I will raise it again. It's, can there be a universal definition for gambling harm for all regulators, and how can we take into account the different geographic, economic, and social differences? I think that's one for you, loving standardization and trying to unify things, but you can both comment on it. And
I happily answer it, because the geographic and cultural differentiations is being raised very often. And while I accept that there are cultural differences, and I don't deny that in the slightest, I don't think human beings per se are very different. There are some differences, but there are a lot of similarities. And even when we're looking at the gambling harms and we're looking at problem gamblings across several jurisdictions, not only within the European Union or European countries, but across Canada and Australia, actually most of the measures are quite standardized, and they're just not being used in a standardized way. So I think there is quite a significant way to go, that we could have both best parts of the world, that we could have the core ways of identifying what the gambling harms are that are generally applied to most human beings, regardless of the nationality or where they are based, and then have additional questions that would more personalize and take into account the elements that perhaps are specific or unique to the country. But then it comes to the personalizations of the measures themselves. So with gambling harm, for example, and financial expenditure, for some persons, spending 300 euros per se, for example, in a week may be nothing, and that's not a necessary indicator of harm from them. For another person, spending 300 euros in a week on gambling could represent half of their household income for the week, and that could be problematic. And that wouldn't necessarily have to be lost in the harmonized measure. It just would be a reflect of the different income streams and different attitudes of people in different jurisdictions. I don't know if you would like to add something to it in the 32 seconds we've got left.
There is a growing consensus among gambling studies that there are sets of harm that are consistent across cultures. There will be some variation in how they present, but the actual harms are fairly consistent. The largest ones for certain are financial harms, relationship difficulties, personal stress associated with gambling. So these harms are fairly consistent. I agree completely with the idea that you need a core set, and then you need to be able to then customize it for the culture. We see this, and gambling's not new to this. We've seen this with alcohol. There's very different drinking cultures in, for example, between France and New York City in the U.S. The cultures are very different, but in many ways, the harms that arise from alcohol are similar enough that you can come up with similar enough questions to still get at that, and that will also not only acknowledge the cultural differences, but may even help to understand those cultural differences and how they play out in the expression of gambling harm.
Thank you so much. Yeah. I could follow you endlessly and could continue this discussion, but unfortunately it's time for a break now. It will be a short coffee break. Can we say around 15 minutes so that we all be seated maybe at 11:55, and then starting the panel sessions. First topic will be dealing with advertising. I hope you enjoy the break, the coffee, and the talks, and see you in 15 minutes. Thank you very much, and thanks to the wonderful Fireside panelists.
Για να απολαύσεις περισσότερο το παιχνίδι, παίξε με ασφάλεια. Παίξε χωρίς παρόρμηση. Θέσε όριο στον χρόνο και στα χρήματα που θα ξοδέψεις. Βεβαιώσου ότι το περιβάλλον που παίζεις είναι πάντα ασφαλές. Ενημερώσου για τους όρους του παιχνιδιού και παίξε για να διασκεδάσεις. Δήλωσε και εσύ συμμετοχή στο www.sgw.cy και έλα στην εβδομάδα ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού 9 έως 15 Οκτωβρίου. Ενημερωνόμαστε, συζητάμε, θέτουμε όρια. Απόλαυσε το παιχνίδι. Παίξε με ασφάλεια. Διοργανωτής Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. The sixth Safer Gambling Conference, organised by the National Betting Authority, is about to begin. Before the official start of the conference, we would like to briefly draw your attention to a few operational matters in order to ensure the smooth running of the event. First, please make sure that your mobile phone is switched to silent mode. You will find a QR code in front of you which you can scan to access the agenda of the conference. For free internet access, simply connect to the Open Wireless Network under the name Philoxenia Guest. For any further information or assistance that you may require during the conference, please don't hesitate to contact the IMH Secretariat outside.
Just waiting one more minute until everybody is seated. Yes, welcome back to part 2 of our conference, the panel sessions. The first one is a panel where we're dealing with advertising, recent bans and future paths. You might all have seen that the discussion about advertising bans, partly in full or not at all, is something that has most recently gone over Europe almost everywhere. At least it's a discussion. Politicians take this topic and try to elaborate on it. Some regulators and legislators always have made decisions and conducted those conditions and implemented these bans in practice. We'll be dealing with it. We're doing this on a very international basis. I'd like to briefly introduce you to my panelists. As I said before, I do it very briefly because if you use your phone and scan the QR code on that blue thing on your table, you can click on the names. It's in blue font. You'll find every information needed. That saves me a lot of time. So starting with my very standard speaker panelist to my right. This is Vasiliki Panosi. It's not the first time we can welcome her here. She represents ECBA, the European Betting and Gaming Association. And Vasiliki is but joined by, now it's a challenge for me to pronounce this correctly, Katerina Papagiorgiou, something like this. Papagiorgiou would be the English pronunciation, but I'm trying to do my best. She's local, she's from Cyprus, a senior lawyer, legal consultant with extensive experience in corporate law, other related sectors, but also serving as an advisor to the gaming industry. And to my immediate right, from Amsterdam in Holland, it's my pleasure to again welcome Dr. Alan Littler, from the leading gaming boutique firm in Amsterdam, in the Netherlands, Kalf Katz Fransen. He has an extensive knowledge and experience also with the new licensing regime that appeared to be in place, I think in April 21 it was, when they started granting first license or starting tenders. And also with respect to the challenges in the post-license period. It's easy to get a license, but it's not very easy to handle it and start the communication with regulators. To cut a long story short, we will start with the locals, always go with the locals, and we will be happy to listen to Katerina telling us which is, from your perspective, the current background in Cyprus about advertising and what are the challenges and the difficulties faced by the industry in Cyprus.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So the responsible authority in Cyprus for creating the advertising regulations and for monitoring the implementation of them, as you all know, is the National Betting Authority. The latter has launched quite strict regulations in the form of restrictions and limitations for the advertising section in an attempt to protect vulnerable individuals, the minors, and the potential for addiction. The Code of Advertising and the Practical Application Guide are the manuals of the marketing teams of the gambling operators in Cyprus, and they analyze the restrictions the operators need to adhere to. I'm not going to analyze neither those documents nor the actual restrictions, as all of us are familiar with them. So, with so many advertising restrictions and limitations in place, gambling operators encounter many difficulties to effectively promote their services and attract new players. Also, the fact that many of the regulations addressing the restrictions are quite vague put extra limitations on the advertising campaigns. In addition, the fact that all the ads shall be sent to the NBA for approval prior releasing is creating delays. For example, when there is a last-minute idea from the marketing teams of the regulators, of the operators, that came up after a new market trend or a new dynamic that unexpectedly arose to the market, and the momentum is crucial. Another difficulty that the gambling operators face is on the content of the programs that they may sponsor from time to time. Specifically, and in accordance with the Code of Advertising, the gambling operators shall have no direct or indirect role in the drafting of the content of a sponsored program. However, in practice, the operators receive complaints from time to time in regards to the content of the programs they are sponsoring. All these difficulties arise from the fact that the balance to be achieved by both the NBA and the gambling operators is very challenging. We need to safeguard players and society from gambling-related harm, while at the same time fostering and supporting a sustainable gambling industry. The ads are the main vehicle that needs to balance these quite contradicting aims. Consequently, we are of the opinion that that we shall altogether consider a new approach for the advertising sector. And this could be not the implementation of strict regulations, but on the contrary, the relaxation of the already imposed restrictions, the removal of the obligation of sending the marketing material to the NBA prior releasing, and the increase of awareness. We are glad that this is in line with the NBA's safer gambling strategy for 2022 to 2025, which adopts the notion of safer gambling instead of responsible gaming. So, safer gambling means that in addition to individual responsibility, it is also the responsibility of the state, its institutions, the gambling operators, and of all the stakeholders to ensure the external factors that can negatively impact people who gamble. Safer gambling is rooted in a public health approach which aims to reduce harms from gambling across society. Consequently, and I don't want to get to tire you, we repeat once again our proposal for relaxation of the imposed restrictions, the removal of the obligation of sending the marketing material to the NBA for approval prior releasing, and the increase of the awareness, and we would be very glad to see that implemented in the daily practice.
Right, so naming an issue, identifying it, is step one to solving it. So you had some ideas, but do you see any other suggestions how to improve the development of, let's say, communication, or, as you pointed out, the restrictions in advertising from the perspective of the industry? It's about why are we regulating? And if we restrict advertising, it's because we want to protect the players, but is every restriction good enough to serve this goal, or is it probably beyond what works? Mm-hmm. What is your anticipation of this?
Yes, so if you allow me, I will move to my second part of this presentation, where I'm planning to propose some ideas that we have from the practical aspect in order to improve the situation. So we believe that a lot has been already done, but a lot can be done for further improvement of this aspect. So firstly, the gambling operators need to explore some more innovative marketing strategies that go beyond traditional advertising and that are consistent with the notion of safer gambling. And explaining now what we mean with the relaxation of the restrictions, it does not mean that we're going to have less regulations. Relaxation means that the regulations will continue to be in place, but additional to them, the NBA, for example, may create some further guidelines and templates that the marketing teams may consult from time to time. And also, the NBA will continue its monitoring role in order to identify any non-compliance with the existing regulations. In this way, both the gambling operators and the NBA will be benefited due to the fact that the NBA's workload will be reduced and the extra time that will be created will be allocated to other pending matters that need to be resolved and handled. And as Dr. Matthew Young presented earlier today, it seems that this is in line with the surveys that have already been conducted in regards to Cyprus case. We truly believe that awareness is the most important factor and the key factor for the case of the advertising. So awareness shall take two different paths. The one path is awareness for the general public, of course, while the second one is the targeted awareness for special categories that may face gambling issues and which may be revealed from researches that are being done, as the one Dr. Matthew Young mentioned before, and maybe for more specific researches. Also, Game Brain, which is an interactive program aiming awareness for students for the age 15 to 18, and which is an excellent initiative of the NBA, which was put on pause during the COVID-19 pandemic. We believe that shall be brought back into life. And now moving from the awareness aspect, we need to have also the suitable mechanisms for healing. We already have some in place that we need maybe to improve, and we need to create some more.
I think that's a good point. There's room for improvement. I think this is the dialogue that is needed among the stakeholders, regulators, industry, and politicians. Due to the fact that we're running out of time, I would think we could make this a bit shorter, and probably let's first hear the European perspective from Vasiliki. Representing ECPA means you personally serving for 7 years almost in public affairs, so you know what's going on across various jurisdictions. And what is your personal, I would say, assessment or impression of these advertising bans we are facing across Europe?
Thank you, Joerg, and hello also from my side. For this reason, I would like to show you a map, actually. It's not from EGBA, it's from Gambling Compliance, but still, it's very representative of the ongoing advertising regulations in Europe. So in this map, you can see Europe. It's also a test. Can you name the countries? But in dark blue are the countries where advertising is completely free. Then in red, you can see the countries where it's completely prohibited. And in between is those countries where it's partially prohibited. Now, this means that you can see the vast majority of member states apply heavy restrictions. So we can talk about watersheds, whistle-to-whistle bans, prohibition on bonuses, prohibitions on maybe certain gambling products, or prohibitions on advertising in certain media platforms. Maybe you're allowed to advertise on the radio, but not on television, for example. So we see that there is a tendency to apply more and more restrictions as the years go by. The reasons for that are mainly 2 or 3. Simply, most of the restriction claims are about linking advertising with problem gambling. So there are public claims that the more that someone is exposed to gambling advertising, the more likely it's possible for the player to develop problem gambling, which is a problematic statement because there is no evidence that link advertising and problem gambling, and it's very difficult to create such evidence because problem gambling is a very complex issue, and there are many factors that contribute to addiction, including also genetics, for example. This, however, does not mean that, for example, advertising should be distributed to self-excluded players or players who are at risk. We don't say that. Another reason for applying heavy restrictions is volume and saturation of gambling ads, which can indeed be very annoying. But instead of focusing on producing, let's say, many ads, putting many ads out there, it's advisable to focus on creating smarter content. And before I conclude, I would like also to say that while there is no clear evidence about the link of advertising and problem gambling, there is clear evidence about the impact of blanket bans to channeling. So, first of all, it's recognized by the European Court of Justice that if you want to achieve high channeling rates, you have to allow advertising because it plays a crucial role for this reason. And I'm bringing also some data with me, which I hardly remember from the top of my head. So here I have it. So in Italy, for example, there was a blanket ban that was applied in 2019. And since then, actually ACOM, the communication regulator, commissioned a study, and there is proof that there was 50% increase in the worth of illegal operations, from 12 billion euros in 2019 to 18 billion euros in 2021. Sweden is another example. There was a drop of channeling rates from 83% in 2022 to 77% in 2023. And there was also an interesting recent study conducted by the Belgian authority, which showed that the survey was conducted for people between 18 and 30 years. And there, the Commission found that only 6 out of the 10 operators were the known licensed operators to young Belgians, which means that the 4 out of 10 were unlicensed. So you can see that even with strict bans and restrictions, young players can be still exposed to illegal gambling. So it's a factor to consider.
Thanks for your conclusions. Interesting, and it's cross-border, and it says there's a variety of different measures. Alan, in the Netherlands, you have a little bit of everything, I guess, but you have something unique that nobody else has. It's a so-called ban on untarget advertising. First of all, I want you to explain to us what this means. And secondly, can we say this is almost same as like total advertising ban?
To answer the last question first, maybe.
Please.
You need to see. Yes, so as you mentioned in the introduction, the Dutch regime came into being on the 1st of April 2021. It's only 2 years ago this month that the first licensees entered the market for the very first time in the remote sphere. There were many conditions relating to the content of gambling advertisements, so it's not as if there was a free-for-all, but as Vasiliki pointed out, there was no control on the volume. So within a matter of weeks, there was a deluge of advertising on TV, and it would seem that the industry had forgotten that, including the state monopolists, by the way, that there was quite a large minority who was opposed to the reforms allowing for the licensing of remote gambling in the first place. So an awful lot of advertising on TV, many people irritated, questions were asked in Parliament within a matter of weeks, if not within the first month. And that then led to restrictions on advertising within the first, I think, 9 months of the regime being opened. And at the same time, we have the Gambling Authority, which undertakes regular monitoring reports, and they concluded fairly early on that young adults, so this is a specific category of players who receive additional protection within the regime. So these are players who are between the age of 18 and 23, so who haven't turned 24, and they were overrepresented in the population database, or in the number of players. So, for example, in this month's monitoring report from the Gambling Authority, in July 2023, so we're now talking 2 years later, more or less, the authority concluded that 21% of all active accounts in the Netherlands were held by young adults, whilst young adults only represent 9.4% of the overall population. And they concluded that they had an average monthly loss of €59 compared to the average monthly loss for all players of 132. So back when the figures came out about the overrepresentation of young adults, there was then a clamour for restrictions, more restrictions on advertising. These are not at all evidence-based. Sorry for the researchers and scientists in the room. Basically, Parliament was saying we don't want to wait. We don't want to wait for the evaluation of the law, which is in 2024. We want to take action now. So then the ministry came up with the ban on untargeted advertising. So advertising for remote gambling, which cannot be targeted or where you cannot filter out specific categories of people, is prohibited. So it's no longer allowed to advertise on, signs about tram stops or train stations and so forth. And in the past, there were restrictions saying it cannot be within so many 100 meters of a school and things like that. So all of that has been prohibited. Online advertising is only permitted when the individual gives their consent to see the advertising, and the individual does not belong to a vulnerable group of persons. So a vulnerable group would include those who are addicted, those who are displaying excessive gambling behavior, and those who are young adults. If an individual falls within that group, you have to take, as a licensed operator or an affiliate on behalf of a licensed operator, the best available methods to exclude those people, plus exclude those who did not give consent. And then you have to be able to document month by month for each advertising campaign, regardless of the channel, whether it's social media, on an affiliate website, or elsewhere, that at least 95% of those who saw the advertising were over the age of 24. So that then created an awful lot of uncertainty within the sector. How on earth are we going to do that? How are we going to, A, exclude the categories of vulnerable people, because we won't always know? Or if somebody's going to an affiliate website, how would the affiliate website then know that somebody is subject to restrictions due to their excessive gambling behavior, particularly where perhaps that affiliate website is going to be advertising multiple licensed operators and not just one licensed operator? What we've seen is that affiliates have gone for age declarations, or you have to tick a box to say whether you're under 18, whether you're between 18 and 23, when presumably you'll have a version of the website with no advertising content. I don't know what an affiliate does then in reality. Or you have one for 24, those who are 24 plus, and there you will see the advertising content. But then the operator will need to report to the regulator to show that at least 95% of those who saw those adverts were 24 plus. And there has been an awful lot of discussion as to how that should be done. The bill, or the draft decree, the explanatory text of the decree, I should say, referred to the use of Google Analytics, but Google Analytics is not precise enough to measure this type of behavior, and it also includes an awful lot of unknowns. So players, whether Google cannot say this person is this age or that age, or any age at all, how do you calculate those people? Do you exclude them? Do you exclude them? And so we've seen the Gambling Authority in the past couple of months asking operators to report on various elements in light of this. And I think, we're now in October, so I would imagine at the end of this year, perhaps the Gambling Authority will come out with more guidance on how operators should be fulfilling this requirement. So to come back to the question of whether it's a complete ban, I think it will depend on how strict the authority is going to interpret it. It's not a strict ban when you look at the decree, and that's not surprising because the role of advertising has always been recognized, but perhaps in its execution, it will be tantamount to a complete
It's not
ban.
much left for advertising.
No,
so what's the impact of this ban on the further development of the remote gambling industry in the Netherlands? And also, is there any illegal advertising which you cannot get rid of in your country?
There is some illegal advertising. The channelization rate, by the way, is apparently 92%. The objective was to reach 80% within 3 years. The Gambling Authority does take enforcement measures, cease and desist orders against affiliates advertising locally unlicensed offers. But indeed, the extent to which this ban, near complete ban, will have an impact upon the legal licensed remote market is somewhat unclear. I mean, there are operators who were in on day one. They've clearly built up, a presence on the market. There are those who are on the market prior to regulation under the horrible prioritization criteria, horrible word, not a horrible concept. They may have some residual brand recognition, but there are also newcomers to the market, and it's then difficult to see how they will get a foothold, especially given the fact that sponsorship agreements for sporting and non-sporting events will be phased out by 2024 and July 2025. So there's really very little room if the regulator clamps down harshly on the actual enforcement.
Will there be some evaluation at some point, see where we are?
There will be an evaluation of the whole system in 2024.
Okay. So. I have a question that relates to this topic, as you said. Well, it's channelization. That's what it's all about. Advertising is providing information and, of course, generating new players, new traffic. And the mindful balance between these two goals is definitely what counts. The question is, would you consider that all strict regulations on the code of advertising and how operators are restricted on how they promote themselves in pushing players to illegal channels of gambling are current ways counterintuitive to what we all are trying to achieve? Maybe it's a question for you, looking the perspective of cross-border works from ECPA and various jurisdictions. Are we on the right way to channelize, or are we going into the wrong direction? Will this be successful? What do you think?
I think that if we want to achieve channeling, high channeling rates, advertising should be in the agenda. We have the evidence, we have data showing that it is important for people to know where they can bet safely. The real challenge is how to design a gambling ad in order to be responsible, and how to avoid examples of irresponsible ads. So making a gambling ad responsible and finding a balance on how to promote it and how much to promote it, I think it's the right way. And we have examples of responsible ads. We also have examples of irresponsible ads. For this reason, at EGBA, we drafted some years ago a code of conduct on responsible advertising. There you can see concrete steps on how to make an ad being responsible by focusing on content moderation rules. For example, there should be no claims that gambling can make you rich. There should be no claims that you don't need a job, or you don't need friends, or you don't need to have a social life, that gambling is important. Pressuring messages shall also be prohibited, that nobody should feel urged to gamble. Of course, minors, huge chapter. Advertising should not depict minors, but it should not also target minors. And how do we achieve that? First of all, you don't use comics. You don't use people that appeal to minors in your ads. But also, the use of technology can be a great way to avoid targeting minors. For example, on social media, there are AI tools there that can block the distribution of advertising to social media of minors. Something else that we included in our code of conduct for the very first time, actually, is age gating mechanism. So how the social media profiles and pages of gambling operators should be designed again in order to avoid minors accessing them. Forward notices. So every time an adult wants to forward content that is related to gambling to somebody else, there should be a reminder. Please do not forward this message or this ad to someone that you know that is a minor. We have a chapter, for example, on sponsorship, how advertising and sponsorship should take place. And we also have a chapter on responsible gambling messages, that all ads should carry a responsible gambling message. There we have some problems with the typical message that you get when you see an ad on television, for example. Very quick messages or very small letters. These are things that can be improved in order to make a...
Can we find information on your ECMA website about code of conduct?
Yes, yes.
It's probably a good idea to make some research.
You can find information on the code, and you can find information also on the monitoring exercise that we conducted and shows the results of compliance.
Right. Time is out, but I like to conclude with you, Katerina, because you started and said there is this need for communication among the stakeholders to improve things. Now we learned there are different ways and different sorts of level of restrictions depending on the jurisdiction. But my conclusion is code of conduct is a good approach. Probably it didn't work in every jurisdiction because the government wants more. So the initiative should be that operators, researchers, therapists, politicians, and regulators sit together and talk. If evidence is available, even better. Is that what you would suggest for Cyprus as well?
Yes, basically, as a final comment, I would like to say that the aim of both the NBA as the regulator in Cyprus and the gambling operators is common. We are not in different pages. So the aim is to safeguard the players and the society from gambling-related harm, and at the same time to be able to have a sustainable gambling industry in Cyprus. So let's finish with a positive message that we shall all continue and keep up the good work. And for sure, we will be able next year here, maybe at the conference, to share some improved results from the common experience.
Happy to follow up. Best remark to close the panel. Thank you very much for your contributions. Laura, happy to invite you to bring your panelists for the next panel, which is the discussion role of gambling industry in safeguarding players' protection. Our charming moderator, Mrs. Laura de Silva, second time here, right? Yes, because I remember you did a wonderful presentation last year. Sustainability Director of SG Certified in the United Kingdom. You will introduce yourself.
Of course.
The panel is yours.
Yep. Hello, hello.
iPad
Perfect. I'll find the iPad there.
Questions.
Hi, everybody. How are you doing? Raise your hand if you're an operator. I'm curious who's in the room. Raise your hand if you're an operator. Okay, not that many. Work for an operator. Okay. Raise your hand if you're an academics. Academics work for a university. Okay. What if you're a politician? Raise your hand. Politicians? No? Okay, raise your hand if you're currently in Cyprus and are still awake. Raise your hand, everybody. Yes, great. I want to make sure you're still here. We're going to welcome the panel. The panel is here. They're having a little chat on the side. Katerina, Ioanna, Simon, please come on the stage, have a seat, and then once you're seated, we'll start the panel. But let's give them a big, big round of applause. Each have your name. All right. We're missing one person. Yes, perfect. So Simon, at the end, please. At the end. You have your name right next to you. Perfect. Yes,
Where's
I think.
mine?
Yes. Okay.
Next to you.
Ioannis, Katerina. Oh no, actually, sorry. Come back. Sorry, I did it the wrong way. Good. Okay, I'm glad you guys pay attention at least. Okay. So we're here to talk about the role of gambling industry in safeguarding player protection. We've had some great discussions this morning, some great presentations, but now we have 3 operators, 1 affiliate, and we're going to press and ask questions. They're all worried about the questions, but don't worry, I'll be nice, I'll be gentle. But if you want to ask questions, please do ask them on Slido, and let's make sure that this is interactive. So one thing I warned them is that we'll keep it short answers, and we'll keep it going. So I'll start with Simon over there at the end. So Simon from Casino Guru, just here, from Slovakia. Just tell me, how do you define responsible gaming or safer gambling? What does that mean to you?
So I would define it as a set of rules, or set of procedure, or perhaps a mindset with which the person is coming into gambling. I mean, so for me, the baseline for responsible and safer gambling ultimately falls down to a player. There needs to be other actors part of it. But as for responsible gambling, traditionally to be meaning a sort of prevention, not to get into problematic gambling, for me it would be really an approach from the specific person, from the gambling person.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. And obviously here today we want to also challenge the industry about the important responsibility around play protection. Nikos, you've got 20 years experience in the industry, is that right?
Yeah.
So you've seen a lot, you've seen very different practices, you've seen how things have evolved. In your mind, how has responsible gaming or safer gambling evolved in the last few years?
Hi to everyone. The last years, the technology actually has changed responsible gambling a lot. Also, the restrictions by the various regulations, as well as the marketing restrictions, has made the industry be more sensitive and also trying to cope with any changes. I think that it's a social responsibility for the industry to try to make this game as enjoyable as possible for those who play responsible and safely, but from the other side, to protect all those people that they are in risk.
Okay, well, that's definitely a great answer, and obviously you've seen a lot of changes, a little bit more focus on safer gambling over the last few years, I would say.
I have seen, because everything has to do with the restrictions imposed by the regulators. We have passed through all the 20 years now. I have seen markets that they were totally open. Everyone could do anything we like to do. And markets that now are so strict that the operators are very difficult to operate, and most of the times they are in a continuous discussion with the regulator in order to find a middle solution.
I think we might differ on the idea of, is it too hard to do business? From my side, it's perhaps a little bit too easy for operators, but we'll come back to it.
It used to be easy.
It used to be easy.
It's not anymore.
It's not. Okay.
It's very difficult.
Okay.
And most of the times, it's a matter of interpretation. You know, regulations is something that many people can read. Everyone is going to have a totally different understanding of the regulation. And this is the worst part, when the regulator is having a totally different understanding of the regulation.
And obviously, Bet365 operates in many, many, many different countries, and therefore there's many different regulations to follow, and perhaps regulation is the start, and then impact, and looking at what is the actual impact of the practices is something that hopefully the industry will get towards. But let's move on to a wonderful person here, Katerina from OPAP. Legal, safer gambling, you do a lot, very busy. How do you define safer gambling on your side?
Well, for us, safer gambling is the safe environment that we create for players, where they can enjoy the game without facing problems with their playing behavior, while helping minors and vulnerable groups, let's say, protecting minors and vulnerable groups. I think all type of definitions are correct when it comes to responsible gaming. In my view, in my perspective, it's all about sustainability. Responsible gaming makes part of the sustainability agenda. So promote sustainability. I think that would be the main definition I would give to responsible gaming.
I like that. Obviously, sustainability is a word that's very important to me, making sure that people, so we had somebody saying people enjoy and have fun playing. I mean, at the end of the day, that's a good KPI. Making sure it's sustainable. You don't want to get shut down. You don't want people to hate you. You want players to stay with you for a long time and have fun. So that's obviously really great definitions and takeaways. But now let's move to Ioanna, who very interesting. You were involved in the Olympics in Greece. I play a lot of sports, so I was very fascinated by this. You're ex-OPAP. Now you are Kaizen with two brands, Sticky Man. You have a small stake in Sticky Man and also in Betano.
No, we operate.
You operate Sticky Man and also Betano in many, many different jurisdictions, including Portugal and lots of different places.
That's correct.
From your point of view, with your extensive experience, what is safer gambling?
Well, responsible gaming, and I will leave away gambling, because I don't like the word, and I think that gambling has a negative connotation. It is about recreational gaming. We want, with our advertising and with our practice and focus on the customer, as we discussed earlier, we have a very attentive focus on the customer. We want to make sure that he sees gaming as an entertainment, as a way of spending his time, and he feels good about it, rather than he sees this, and it was mentioned before by the EGPA representative, as a way of becoming rich, or as a way of leaving his jobs and having 100% occupation with that. So it is a responsible approach to the player and to the game itself. And this is the way we see it, both in terms of advertising and both in terms of focus on what the customer does. And if we have the time, I can explain to you, because I think that, and I see Mrs. Fiakkou leaving the office, the conference, joking. We start with the industry is the most, and I think you will agree with me, all the panelists, is one of the most regulated industries in the globe. So we have the possibility, both in terms of responsible operators and responsible regulators, to control and prevent and take measures early enough so that we prevent this development of negative habits which relate to excessive participation in gaming. Excessive means that you are beyond your psychological limits or beyond your financial limits. Mm-hmm. And this is it. Okay, well, this was my approach, a little bit more extensive, but...
Okay, we'll definitely come back to this. I just want to make sure that we keep on going between us, but obviously, yes, very, very highly regulated industry. There's a reason for it, that you're very highly regulated. So I think that's fair. Then the effectiveness of those regulations is something that we need to question sometimes. And we need to make sure those regulations put the player first and player at the center. What is the impact on the player? How happy are players? But let's come back to the industry. Right now, you guys are representing from the industry side, not the regulator. So I'll move on to Nikos and ask you a question. Can you give me one example of the practices that Bet365 has put in place that is not about regulation, but that is actually about having a positive impact on player? What would be one example?
I would say definitely the safer gambling website that we are having, that is actually present as a link to the top of every Bet365 page. And it's very unique. It's giving all the tools to the player, explaining everything to the player. They have self-assessment questionnaires. So a player that really wishes to get helped has everything in his hand to do it.
And does Bet365 measure the effectiveness of that kind of messaging in those tools? And if
Yes.
so, how does your company do that?
Yes, we have a team in place that provides statistics and also collects all the data and presents it to the management on a daily basis. Okay. And this way we are trying to improve our effectiveness. Okay. And also we have an in-house early risk detection system. That this is probably something that gives us the most indicators if someone is on a risk or not.
Okay, and thank you very much for this. And obviously having the management understanding what is effective, what works is obviously very critical because they can steer the business in the right direction. So now let's move to Simon, so the other side. Raise your hands if you know what an affiliate does. Raise your hands. Okay, not everybody. What does an affiliate company do? Explain this first, very shortly.
So what affiliate company does, I mean, there are all sorts of different kinds of affiliation, but from the traditional point of view, what affiliates should do, they should serve the demand. So if there is a person looking for information regarding online gambling, they should provide this information, and they should do it in a way that it is appropriate for the real facts. I mean, this is not how all the affiliates are working, right? Because not everyone is promoting the correct information, and basically they are having the business deals which are only reflecting what they are commissioned for. But for a traditional affiliate, that would be really providing the information on online gambling, since this industry is very filled with disinformation. People are not that mature in this particular industry. They do not know how it works. They do not know what is licensed and what is allowed in their countries, and do not know which online operators they can trust and they couldn't. That is the reason why affiliation is so big in online gambling, because all of these companies are trying to provide this information and get the traffic to the operators they are having business with.
And obviously recruiting a new player, specifically online, costs a lot of money. So affiliate websites, I'm a player, I'm based, let's say in Slovakia or in Cyprus, I want to know what is a casino website I can play on that is legal. Casino Guru, your company, will recommend different websites. But at the same time, one of the difference between Casino Guru and other affiliates is that you provide education on responsible gaming. Can you tell us a little bit about why you do this and how?
Yeah, we do. So, as I was mentioning at the beginning, I mean, for me, the responsible gambling falls down to a player. It doesn't mean that other parties shouldn't be involved, right? I mean, there is a duty of care, and also the whole topic of safer gambling also includes others who need to basically reflect on that. But in the matter of education, it is kind of difficult for an affiliate website to be putting responsible gambling or safer gambling information up front, because we are serving a demand. And if people are searching for best operators, and if we will feed them with information about responsible gambling, their interest will fall down and perhaps they will go away. So it is very difficult to include this, even though we have a guide section which is full of comprehensive information about responsible gambling. But there's actually one great example which was very successful into providing information on the riskiness of play to the players naturally. We have partnered with the company Mindway, and we were providing the risk assessment card game to our visitors. So during the Safer Gambling Week, we were providing this game for free, so players could be assessing the risk of gambling through playing a card game, which is connected with fun and also with learning, because you know, gamblers, they want to have fun, so if they do it all together with learning about the riskiness, this is what really works for us, and this was the way how we were able to educate people on what the risks of gambling are.
So an affiliate that basically educates people on where to find, let's say, the best offer, but also educating on safer gambling and providing some resources. Nikos and Ioannis both mentioned that the gambling industry is highly regulated. I would say that the affiliates industry is unfortunately not regulated well enough, and there needs to be more regulations on affiliates. But one innovative practice that I'm really excited for you, Katerina, to talk about is that OPAP was one of the first operator to actually engage with affiliates to ensure that they were operating maybe more responsibly. Can you tell us a little bit about this?
Yes, of course. In the summer 2022, OPAP launched the new responsible gaming campaign. It was a 360 campaign, which scored very high in likability. What we did, it was launched through TV, through radio, banners, internet, everywhere. But for the first time, actually, in Greece, what we did was we launched the responsible gaming campaign through the biggest affiliate sites in Greece. So we cooperated with affiliate sites, and instead of marketing and promoting offers and RTPs or payouts, we decided to launch the responsible gaming campaign, addressing the players to visit our site, to make a self-assessment test. And for that initiative, which was very well received by European Lotteries WLA, we also gained the EGR Award in Innovative Gambling in 2023. So when it comes to shared practices, I think it was a very good initiative.
That's really interesting, because one of the questions is around, that we got is around effectiveness, that sometimes operators struggle to measure the effectiveness of the practices that they put in place. One of the great ways to do this is to learn from each other, to learn what works, what doesn't work. Can you tell us about another practice that you have in place at OPAP that you're proud of and you'd like everybody to learn about?
Of course. I would like to talk about the safety net algorithm of OPAP. It's the use of artificial intelligence and machine learning. We also do it for online players, as we discuss about online gaming in this session, but we have more practices to share about retail also. When it comes to the use of artificial intelligence and machine learning, we have trained our algorithms to monitor playing behavior before players reach self-exclusion. Self-exclusion is an option offered to every player on a permanent or on a temporary basis. So what we do is monitor, we train, let's say, the algorithms to see how they deviate from their norm in a time slot before, in a specific time frame, before reaching the final point of self-excluding. For example, there are many attributes, of course, because artificial intelligence provides that possibility. But we see depositing repeatability, we see money loss escalations, long duration sessions in unusual time frames. So like that, we can define in advance with a great accuracy that one player is what we consider a high-risk player because he's about to self-exclude in a few months. And that's where we intervene. That's where we start communicating with a player in order to help him, in order to keep him viable. And also a second tool that it's not exactly artificial intelligence, it's a robot, it's an automated solution, but it's quite interesting. It searches for keywords in the communication of players towards OPAP. So a player through online can speak via chat, via emails, on the phone. So we try to search for keywords like I am addicted, I have a problem in my gaming, or I can't afford to pay my rent because I'm going to commit suicide. And any of these words, we consider them as keywords, and the communication is escalated immediately to a customer care agent who is especially trained to handle calls like that. So we communicate the player and we discuss a bit, a care call, as we call it, about their playing behavior and how they feel about their game. So these two practices were developed in-house, OPAP, and we consider them as a quite good practice to share with other operators.
That's really interesting, because this is a perfect example for me that makes a parallel between this morning. Technology can be used for good if used properly. At the end of the day, humans have the power over it. And exactly what you have described in the UK, some operators actually looked at who searches for, I have a problem with my gambling, I need help with gambling, and then targeted advertisement to those people. So, and obviously they got into a lot of trouble, they got fines, but this shows that at the end of the day, we as people have the power. Technology can't replace good practices. But I'll move back to you, Ioannis. So one of the questions that we have here is around effectiveness of responsible gaming. And you obviously oversee regulations. So what kind of regulation have you seen that was really effective that you wish other regulators would really consider when it comes to good business and player protection at the same time?
Well, the first and obvious example that some of the countries, and I think that also Cyprus is implementing these days, is the common database for self-excluded or for people who have been characterized as addicted. So this is a common database for all licensed operators where they keep the record. In essence, if I self-exclude as Kaizen or as Tichiman one player here in Cyprus, this will be recorded in a common database. If the same player attempts to register with Bet365 or a PAP, they will have a knowledge already. This did not exist, and in most of the European countries, it doesn't exist. Companies take the initiative, and they have this in their practices, in the rules, to self-exclude or partially exclude whatever the player wants, either on the player's initiative or on the company's initiative. The common databases did not exist. Some countries have, Cyprus does, and they have to be congratulated and complimented for this. This is one, because that's very obvious. I mean, we have to do it. The second thing is we have to, because we have, you mentioned artificial intelligence, and artificial intelligence in the next 5 years is going to be the jargon. We will be using it in any case. We do not only detect words, but we all, and I believe all the companies, detect habits. How does the player behave during his active engagement with gaming? And if we see nervousness or whatever kind of indications and figures that will point to that direction, we have to take action. We, as all the companies, I believe, responsible companies, they have dedicated teams that look at responsible gaming. We have dedicated RG specialists. We have a dedicated RG manager who oversees all the operations across countries. We have trained RG ambassadors who are the people who are in contact with the customer on a daily basis. These are the CS agents or the VIP account managers, and they deal with the customer immediately. So our response time, so effectiveness, as you say, should be the minimum. When we detect something which points to a risky direction, we have to intervene. Then we have to also at the same time relate with psychological institutes, state institutes in every country that provide sufficient assistance to the people that require it or need it. So I don't know if I answered your question, but
no, that's fine. That's fine. And really looking at that effectiveness, that's the part that I'm really interested in. And I think the four of you mentioned practices in what I would say 3 categories. The first part is prevention. You don't want people to get into trouble. You don't want minors to play. How do you prevent? Second part is detection. Katrina mentioned it. You mentioned it. So how do you detect if there's an abnormal behavior or a behavior that could cause harm or a minor playing? And then finally, intervention. How do you intervene? What do you do about it once you know there's an issue? So obviously, measuring the effectiveness of all of this is really critical. But I'm going to come back to Simon because there's a question related to affiliates. So one of the things that I said is I believe there's not enough regulations around affiliates. I think it would be good for you because you're one of the seemingly more responsible affiliates out there. It would be good if there was more regulations. But here's the questions. Whilst affiliates are not usually regulated in the sense of being licensed, that's true, you don't need a license, or not everywhere, are the requirements which fall upon the shoulders of the license operator a form of regulation in your mind? Do you feel the pressure from operators to behave more responsibly?
In some jurisdictions, yes, we do. I think that it's like a double-edged sword with more regulations for the affiliates. I think the model which currently works in the United Kingdom and also in other jurisdictions, it's quite effective when the operators who are parts of the affiliate websites are responsible for those affiliates. So basically, if those operators are not satisfied of how they are portrayed or how the affiliate website looks, they are not doing business together. So it's touching the money, so it's very sensitive, and companies tend to listen to it. And in the matter of further regulation, I think that only in Romania and also currently in the United States, the affiliates are being regulated. I cannot completely say.
And in Greece too. In Greece,
in Greece, yes, indeed. I wasn't aware about it. I'm not a compliance expert.
That's okay.
But yes.
Okay, great, thank you. Any other comments from your side? Do you put pressure? So we've heard, Katerina, from you, are putting pressure on affiliates to behave more responsibly or supporting them. What about you? What is being done at Bet365 with regards to affiliates?
Especially for Greece, I have to say, because there is a regulation in place for affiliates. In Bet365, we have, as all operators, I guess, we have a dedicated affiliate website. So every affiliate can take material only from this site, nowhere else. It is forbidden to get any other material except if it is on this website. So everything that is on this website is regulated, it's fully regulated, and is according to law. Now in Greece, since affiliates are already regulated, they have to follow the regulation in what way? First of all, they have to have all the disclaimers that the operators they are having. Secondly, it is forbidden for them to advertise illegal operators. That this is probably the worst problem that the market is having right now. And third, and very important, it is that due to the fact that they are regulated, they have to not to go over in advertising the operators. I mean that they have to advertise the operators within the advertising rules and within the content of the advertising rules. Not, I heard Vasiliki before about the EGBA. Bet365 is a member of EGBA, so we are following their code. So everything that Vasiliki said before has to be followed by the affiliates. And this is very important.
That's really great, and I think I find it very interesting, and that's perhaps for another time and debate in terms of the affiliates, because what is illegal, some brands are illegal in certain countries and legal in others, and then it's about ensuring that channelization in each jurisdiction and ensuring that every single operator who operates in a country pays taxes, behave responsibly, and is allowed to be there. But that's a big debate around
I'm sorry, Laura, I just realized that I didn't answer the question completely.
Go for it.
So yes, we feel the pressure. I mean, for example, with the current changes with the Netherlands, so for some time we basically stopped showing operators which were concerned about whether our website is completely in the shape of the law for some time, because it wasn't uncertain. Like we heard in the previous panel, the industry didn't really know what is the best procedure and what they should do in order to fulfill the compliance. So we've been discussing for a few days, and then after the time, we find a solution which was acceptable for both of us. Basically, for them to feel like we are not doing anything that is going against the law, and then we are within the description of the law. And it also comes into a difference in understanding what is informing and what is promoting. So for Us Casino Guru being a database means that we are trying to make a comprehensive information about online gambling out there. Currently, we have almost 6,000 operators in our website, and we are focused on a comprehensive data and on evaluation. It is also connected to having the possibility to receive complaints on those operators globally and trying to solve them from our business position as an affiliate with a high traffic, which is important for those operators on how they are portrayed. So if the complaint is resoluted in a way that is not meeting fairness, that rating is being decreased and their reputation hurt. So I hope I answered it completely now.
Well, that makes sense. And obviously the way you make your money as an affiliate is that every time you send a player to a company and they become a player, you get some money. So if you were, for example, prohibited to have any information about illegal operators or to take money from illegal operators, then that would already solve an issue. And for affiliates overall, I'm not talking about Casino Guru specifically, but that's about effectiveness rather than perhaps sometimes practices that actually don't work. There's one more question and then we'll wrap it up. But this is a yes-no question. We're going to try this one, and that's for operators, not for Casino Guru. Apart from monitoring via AI and care calls, which you guys have mentioned, the three of you do, which is great, operators should be able to take it to the next level and enforce timeouts, even exclusions, but in parallel not hurt the business. Raise your hand if you would support this. Yeah, the three of you support this. Okay, great. Well, then that was the question. Any last thoughts on perhaps something that you have seen, maybe not within your companies, around responsible gaming? Yes, please.
Yeah, I have to say, and it was mentioned by Nikos, we have to make sure that we understand that excessive regulation or excessive prohibition or prevention of advertising, and this was mentioned in the ECPA presentation, leads to the non-regulated world, where there is no responsible gaming, where there is no KYC, there is no know the customer, and all this. So I think we have to be careful when we establish measures that restrict. Yes, we are for restriction and regulation, but let's make sure that it's effective and it doesn't lead to the opposite, to the adverse effect.
What would be a country, can I just ask you, what would be a country that you see where regulation is actually both effective from a business point of view and
you mentioned somebody from the previous speakers mentioned about Holland and 95% channelization. The industry in Holland is big, huge. I don't believe that the size of today's recorded industry for online corresponds to the real market. So what I'm trying to say, in Greece, there was a study by the regulator that mentioned that 400 million is the size of the online non-regulated business. Now, there are many factors that lead to the non-regulated, to the illegal operators, and this is excessive taxation of the players, taxation of the operators, you name it. Second, prohibitions, and also what you mentioned, in your affiliate sites, you should not include non-regulated operators. That's one. Second, the B2Bs. We have the B2Bs, the ones that provide the product to the operators for casino. Okay? So they should not provide it, they should not offer the product to the non-licensed operators. Now, there is a difficulty that some operators are licensed in some country and in many others they're not. Well, it's their problem. As we take care of our business, they have to take care of their business. In Greece, in Holland, and in Romania, there is a registry for affiliates. This means that they have to follow the rules. The rest of the countries have to do the same. And I don't think that the problem is with affiliates, it's primarily with streamers and B2B. I'm sorry, yes, B2B, the casino. And this, we have to see the industry is growing, and through technology, it's going to grow much faster and much bigger. So we have to see the practical and with data. And data is used in our industry excessively, and it will be used even more. So let's use data and see what's effective and what's not. And then over-regulation or over-restriction is not going to bring you the result. And we have examples from long past that talk about it. So not more from me.
Thank you. So channelization is a big goal, obviously.
Of course.
That's clearly a big goal. Player protection, tax revenue for the country as well is very important. So, so that's really interesting. That Holland is not the first time that I hear it being mentioned as a good regulatory practice. They're not perfect, but there's definitely a lot to learn from what they're doing. But let's move on to Katerina. Tell me, is there any key thought that you'd like to share?
Yes, I would like to propose, let's say, to all stakeholders to become more extrovert. I think that we should align ourselves, all stakeholders, which means operators, regulators, retailers, affiliates, treatment centers, clinical experts, global experts. I think we should align ourselves in a way that we could not reinvent the wheel, actually, in a way that we can learn from each other and in a way that we can take it to the next level quickly, in a more quick way.
Mm-hmm. I agree, definitely. Don't reinvent the wheel. That's really good points.
I just wanted to say one thing. That's an innovation, let's say, that we believe that we are doing the last year. We have updated our training in order, through contact with the customer, to go out of the traditional problem gambling behaviors. So there might be changes in life, let's say, that someone might got a divorce or might lost his job, or there are players that they bet on specific markets that they don't really understand. So in this case, we have trained our specialists in order to contact with the players. We have created a multilingual new helpline that for every country has specialists to speak in their own language, and they are discussing with these people in any problem that they might have in order to at least be proactive and stop them before they becoming a problem. Mm-hmm. So this is something that we all have to try and do, because when a customer becoming problematic, then it's quite difficult to stop him. Mm-hmm. Either you suspend him and you send him for help, or either you keep him and you have a damage.
And of course, the cost to society of people experiencing harm related to gambling is huge, and therefore, not only for companies, but also for society, we want to avoid that. So that's really great. And Simon, any last?
I want to mention one extent that we didn't really discuss, which I believe is quite important, and it touches the destigmatization of responsible and safer gambling, because these days it feels like engaging in responsible gambling means that you are a problem gambler. It puts a label on you somehow, so people tend to be avoiding it and trying to just have the fun and do not think about the bad stuff. And it's quite a new topic from my perspective, and I've noticed a lot of work coming around this from Canada, basically to moving this responsible gambling tools like limits or self-exclusion into the area which is more accepted to players, more being normal. So when I self-exclude, I'm not feel like I'm now labeled as someone who is excluded, but it would be better for me in order to digest it, to have it in a sense like I have a pause from playing because I need it and it's good for me and it's a normal part of my play.
That's a really good point. Lots of researchers are working on this as well, that safer gambling, responsible gaming is not just for people who are experiencing harm, but it's for everybody, playing for fun, having fun, and coming out of it positively. So thank you all for your questions. Thank you for your time. Let's please give a big round of applause to the panel. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Jorgen, you don't need to come if you want. I can just straight in move to the next one, because
Let me thank you first for a very timely and very, very dynamic, lively panel.
Almost time. Hi. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Absolutely. We'll talk, and I want to hear more about the Olympics as well. That's great. France, I'm French. France is doing the Olympics very soon. We're already failing in so many ways. The Seine is not clean. We have bed bugs everywhere, but I'm sure we'll figure it out at some point. So how are we doing? Is everybody still here in Cyprus? Raise your hand if you're in Cyprus and you're awake. Okay, all right, it's okay. So I'll spend just the next 10 minutes talking about this, from compliance to a sustainable gambling industry. I'm Laura de Silva, I'm the director of SG Certified, and I like to see people raise their hand or shout, so I want to hear you shout. If you know any of the terms on the screen, I want to hear you say them. Anybody? CSR, yep. Anything else? Yes? What else? Okay, CR, corporate responsibility, sustainability, ESG. ESG is the big one at the moment. We hear that constantly. So we've been talking about player protection a lot this morning, and I believe player protection is definitely one of the most important areas when it comes to gambling operators and how they operate, when it comes to regulators and so on. But I think we also need to think beyond. Operators, whether you're a gambling operator or regulator, have so much power. We have ministers here, we have academics, we have lots of different people. Typically, gambling operators or lottery operators have the highest reach within a country of any brand. They're in different shops, they're everywhere. They have the highest brand recognition very often, the national lottery specifically. They also have very often the highest marketing spend. They also have a very brilliant workforce. So you have a lot of assets and a lot of resources that makes your industry extremely, extremely powerful. So yes, player protection is critical, but we also need to look beyond. What is the responsibility of operators to go beyond responsible gaming? So corporate social responsibility, ESG, and so on, they're all different terms with different meanings, but generally they mean a little bit the same. But I'll just take one formal definition of CSR, corporate social responsibility, which is about balancing and integrating economic, social, environmental goals and impacts on society and the overall strategy of a company. What does that actually mean? We'll come to that. Okay, I want to see if you're still awake. Who can tell me what's that building over there? Raise your hand if you recognize it. Come on, there's people who are from London. If you're not raising your hand, I'm getting worried. Yep. Tate Modern. And anybody knows the Tate Modern? Raise your hand if you know the Tate Modern in London. Okay, so it's one of the most important art institution, I would say, in London and in the UK. Absolutely brilliant collection. If you come to London, you should come and see it. There's some great stuff happening there. But it also had this. Okay, raise your hand if you have Netflix. Who has Netflix? Yes. So on Netflix, you will see there's a great movie or a limited series that talk about the Sackler family. The Sackler family made its money by selling this, the OxyContin. But they were also one of the funders of the arts in the Louvre in Paris and so many institutions. So they were this big brands, and they were seen as being wonderful. But this is how they make their money. They pushed OxyContin, which is a highly addictive drug, to as many people as they could in the US. The result was that it created a lot of addiction, it created a lot of harm, and it created a lot of deaths because people were taking this stuff and got really hooked to it. They made billions, they made absolute billions. But the how they made their money is what matters. None of them ended up in jail, unfortunately, but they got big, big fines and the company had to close. So my point about sustainability, CSR, ESG, is that it is not about what you do with the money that you earn. If I hear companies telling me, hey, we're great because we're giving money to charity, it's great, it's lovely, please do give money to GamCare, give money to great charities, that's important. But that does not make you responsible, that does not make you sustainable. What matters is how you make that money and the why. If the how you make the money is by using AI to target people who are experiencing gambling harm, like some companies do, but then you give £100,000 or dollars or whatever to a charity, you are not a responsible company. And you're clearly not a company that personally I would want to work for, and I'm sure many people would not want to work for you. So, sustainability, CSR, all of this. It's not about what you do with the money that you earn, it's about the how and the why you make that money. So let's look at how we got there. It's actually, in the past, companies cared more about society and the environment, believe it or not, than now. But now we see this kind of evolution again. First of all, we have those companies who really focus on complying with the laws. That's what they care about. And they make philanthropic donation. That's great, nothing bad about it. But that doesn't make you responsible. So that's about the where you spend money. Then a little bit more evolved companies realize we need to go one step further, and they look at, okay, actually, by operating in a responsible, in a sustainable way, there are risks that we're preventing, but there's also opportunities. Think about it. If your regulator believes you behave irresponsibly, they'll increase regulation on you, and they'll make your life more difficult. The media will go after you. So if you don't behave properly, there are risks associated with it. That's the kind of second level, I would say, the how you make your money. And then the third level is those companies who think about the why and go beyond about the how they contribute to society and the environment. Those companies that align the business strategy and use their power to serve their country, to serve their people, to serve their planet. Cyprus, such a beautiful country. I was about to swear. It's such a beautiful country. It's absolutely stunning. The companies who operate in Cyprus should not just be here for foreign shareholders, they should also be here to serve the country and to make it a better place to live. And so this is, for me, the third level of the kind of companies that we would be proud to work for. So to help those companies behave and know what actually works, what is effective, very often you have standards, licenses, codes. We've heard about the EGBA codes, we've heard about the Danish, Dutch regulations, but very often regulators are behind. They don't have resources, sometimes they don't have the knowledge about the industry and the impacts, and it's quite hard to keep up. They're doing their best, but very often they're behind on what actually is needed. So we need to help them. We need to support them. The other aspect of the coin is the operators. And operators have a lot of excuses or reasons, you can name it the way you want, very often not to do what is effective. And some reasons, some excuses are absolutely legitimate, but very often it's by not seeing the bigger picture and the importance of doing well as a company by doing good. So again, we need to force operators and help them understand how can they operate as responsible and sustainable companies. By sharing best practices, for example, Katerina mentioned, by supporting each other, by measuring impact of practices. So now, hand raising again, or shouting. Just say which one you've heard of before. CPD, yeah. It actually should be CDP. Has anybody heard of CDP? Carbon Disclosure Project. Any others? Louder, please. Anybody? IFRS, okay, really cool, okay. Anyone else? CSRD, yes, that's a big one. CSRD is going to impact 50,000 companies in the EU. Even if you're not based in the EU, it will impact you. Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive on the top left. All of these are either regulations or standards or guidelines that companies, every single one, I believe, in this room, will have to follow at some point. Yes, there's an element of player protection within them, but there's huge elements around environmental impact as well. Raise your hand if your company, organization, you might be working for a university or the ministry, it's the same. Raise your hand if the organization you work for understands, its carbon emission levels. Okay, we've got one. Okay, I'll quiz you after just to make sure it's true. I'm teasing. So everybody should raise their hands. Now, environmental impact is not only going to be a mandatory requirement for all the organizations in this room, but this is something that we really, really need to happen. I had somebody earlier telling me about the floods, about the droughts, about all the different weather issues. Just don't think of it just as doing something nice. This is something that impacts your business, that impacts your employees, and therefore every single company are now mandated to do something about it. So if you don't know about these terms, tomorrow morning there's a session on CSRD, on environmental impacts. Just ask the team at the NBA and come and join in and learn what your organization can do. So just very quickly, I'm here because I've been working in this industry and other industries for quite some time, and I realized that very often we're trying to go as fast on some things as possible without realizing about or without thinking about impacts of practices. What actually works? What serves the player? What serves the country? And so our mission in my company is to make the industry sustainable, not to make the industry more sustainable. There's no such thing. It's about making the industry sustainable. And we want to ensure that companies have no option but to act ethically and responsibly. That means no more excuses, no more reasons. The only path is to act ethically and responsibly. So what I'd love to encourage all of you to do is to join us. So we are leading a platform called SG Certified, and the idea is to have regulators, standard setters, set up their guidelines on the platform and to learn about what is actually effective, what works. We want to work with operators and help them, take them by the hands and give them the resources that they need in order to be sustainable. It's not an area of competition, it's an area we should all talk to each other and support each other. And we want to work with experts and auditors as well. How do we make this industry sustainable and work for the long term? And if we do this right, if we succeed, there are so many benefits. Number one, let's avoid fines. That's all we see in the news. That's all we see. Operators getting fines, and often they deserve it. Lots of fines. We see also, from a brand point of view, we see gambling brands. Sometimes people even have issues with the word gambling. We heard that before. It's associated with something really negative. How do we turn this around? It should be entertainment, fun. It shouldn't be something that is associated with harm. And then what about efficiency? How do we make sure that companies can recruit the best talents, the people that actually would be proud to work for you? And to be proud to work for a company, you want to work for a company that if you're at a barbecue with friends, you're not ashamed of saying what you do or who you do it for. You are so proud. And pride very often correlates with the impact of the company. And then another reason is, unfortunately, I don't use it with CEOs because very often leaders care a little bit less about this, unfortunately. But at the end of the day, we don't have a choice, specifically when it comes to environmental impact. It's not up to the regulator, it's not up to people and the public, it's not up to companies, it's up to absolutely every single one of us to try to do something to make sure we breathe the air that feels good, to make sure we can bathe in the Seine or wherever without feeling we're going to get sick, and to make sure that we are in an environment that feels good not just for us, but also for our children. So I encourage you to come on that path as well. Think about player protection very critically, but think also beyond. How can your company and your organization operate by having a positive impact on society and the environment? And that's it for me. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Laura. See, the room is quiet. The room is impressed. We're moving on with another panel, and I would like to join my panelists here on stage for a very interesting panel, which is a truly international panel. We are combining regulators from 5 jurisdictions. It's Belgium, Cyprus, France, and Malta, as well as Denmark. So this will be very interesting. Our topic is the impact of regulatory changes on safer gambling in Europe and beyond. And of course, there are some changes. And how they are and what they will bring is what we will be discussing in a second. But let me first introduce the panelists shortly, starting with the gentleman to my immediate right, Anders Basbold. Dr. Anders Basbold comes from Denmark. He's chief advisor with data and systems of the Danish Gambling Authority. Anders is a theoretical physicist by training and joined the Danish Gambling Authority in 2016. He worked on the reporting criteria for sending live data on especially pari-mutuel betting. He's also worked on responsible gaming for years, including on guidance on the Danish duty of attention concerning gambling patterns. I think this will be your main focus later. It's a very interesting one. I love to discuss this with you. Next, we have, let me check, Luke, correct? Luke Camilleri from Malta, in charge for investigation and player protection with the Maltese Gaming Authority. An island in the neighborhood, we can say, looking the big picture from here. Very experienced, of course, with the gaming regulation as well, as you all know. Long time experience in licensing regime. And Luke, you are with the MGA for past 8 years, and for the past 3 years, you've been leading the player protection department, which consists of 2 separate functions. One is the responsible gaming team, the other one is the player support team. And this forms part of a wider regulatory directory. So it's very interesting. There are some new introductions regarding regulation in Malta. In a minute, we will be learning about this and know more of this. Then I'm happy to welcome from France, Morgane Austrie. Hopefully I pronounced this correctly. Sounds good, thank you. Morgane is the Director of Excessive Gambling Prevention and Gamblers Protection at the French National Gambling Authority, the AGEL. She leads a dedicated team responsible for ensuring that all stakeholders of the industry, casinos, online gaming licensees, and even the monopolists, the monopoly operator, comply with the obligation regarding prevention of excessive gaming and the protection of minors. So welcome again. It's very interesting to learn about it. Then we go local again with Spiros. Spiros represents Cyprus, and Spiros has been working for the National Betting Authority for over 7 years now. He headed the launch of the online betting licensing and the overall overhaul of the current legal framework, and he serves currently as the head of legal of the authority. Last, but definitely not least, very welcome to Steve Mays. I think Mays is the correct pronunciation.
That's correct,
because it's Belgium, not France, right? Steve has joined the Belgian Gaming Commission as a managing director in November 22. Prior to his position, he's been working as an advisor to the Director General for Customs and Excises at the Belgian Finance Ministry in Brussels, and as an EU customs expert and representative for the European Commission in Belfast, Northern Ireland. Steve has worked previously in the private sector before joining the public sector. He holds a Master of Science in Political Science and lives in Antwerp in Belgium. So that's it for the introduction. We're going to move on now to discuss the topics, and I think because, again, as we are in Cyprus, we start with the Cyprus regulator. Spiros, if you just be so kind to give us an overview on what's happening in Cyprus and what are new implementations, and some things will be introduced shortly regarding extended regulation.
Yeah, of course. First, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome you and my fellow panelists to Cyprus. I hope you enjoy your stay and enjoy the conference.
Thank you, much appreciated.
The latest piece of regulation that we published was back in December. It was the player protection regulations. Our aim with that document was to codify all existing best practices and new ideas in safer gambling and use that as a baseline for player protection and sustainability in terms of licensees. Some of the highlights of that regulation include mandatory deposit limits, the risk assessment, and risk player categorization according to their behavior. We didn't want to be over-prescriptive, so what we did was the only obligation that the operators have is to
justify, they have objective criteria of how they categorize the players, and be able to prove that to the regulator. Also, they have to base all communication with the player on the player categorization. We introduce mandatory safer gambling training to the staff of the operators, especially those in the land-based area. We also added age verification in the land-based area for anyone that looks under 25. And lastly, we introduced a universal web address ending, which, for example, is abcbet.com.cy/limits. You can automatically go and set your limits. It's good for advertising how to set your limits, of course. And in respect to recent developments, we're pleased to announce that our national self-exclusion platform is going to go live in the next couple of months. We've done our best to do it as future-proof as possible. So it has the capability to include licensees from different regulators, exclude persons with conflict of interest, such as football players in certain leagues, and even in the future exclude vulnerable groups, such as people diagnosed with gambling disorder in the national healthcare system. We also plan to update our code of advertisement. For that reason, we held a public consultation in the summer. This was a product of a general population survey on betting advertisements. And then we had a long discussion and analysis with marketing agencies and our licensees. Some of the provisions of that consultation involved around whether or not to ban the use of popular personalities in advertisements, whether or not to ban outdoor advertisements in cities or villages, whether or not to create an exhaustive list of what can be sponsored or not, and whether charitable donations by licensees can be carried out in their brand name, or maybe they should use a different brand name that doesn't include betting, bet, gamble, all those words, because a lot of charitable donations are made to schools, parks, and so on. And also, we consider whether to propose limitations on bonuses, on their volume and frequency. Also, furthermore, we have developed a new standard, a voluntary 3-tier sustainable gambling standard. It's more abstract from what we are discussing at SEN at the moment, but also its key difference is that it's structured more like an ISO standard. So it has a circular management system that includes gambling harm assessment, SG strategy, objectives, action plans. It forces senior and top management involvement, identification and collaboration with all relative stakeholders, systematic evaluation with performance, reporting, and so on. It's something that we're willing and excited to share with all our fellow regulators. And last but not least, as the Chairwoman mentioned in her speech this morning, we're about to submit a new betting law to the Minister of Finance. This law has been long in the making and provides for only 2 types of licenses, B2B and B2C, so it's a departure from the current framework. In terms of safer gambling, this law dictates the appointment of an SGO, safer gambling officer, in a similar way as the AML directives appoint MLRO, and active commitment from leadership and top management, the establishment of objectives, KPIs, and have to report to the wider public.
So the responsible gaming officer is mandatory in the new law? The responsible gaming officer is mandatory.
It's going to be mandatory with the new law.
Right. Well, thanks for the update. It seems like all these license jurisdictions, apart from any .com regions, are going to bring regulation to the next level, and specifically focusing on everything that has some impact on responsible gaming. We saw this in Malta just over the recent years. There's a lot in motion. Perhaps, Luke, you can show us some insights, share them with us, what the initiatives and the strategies of the MGA stand for.
Thank you, Joerg, and good afternoon, everyone. So first and foremost, our strategy is revolved around the concept of three pillars, actually. So the first one is shared responsibility. So we believe that ensuring a safer gambling environment is not only the responsibility of the B2C operator, but it is also our responsibility as a regulator. It is also the responsibility of players, researchers, health organizations, and also B2B providers and game developers, who I believe they have a crucial role to play, and are sometimes, unfortunately, overlooked. The two other pillars, I would say, are sustainability and being a data-driven authority. What do I mean? So I mean that any decision we take, any policy or regulation we publish is backed up by data, information, and if possible by months and or years of research and experience. So yes, like any other regulation, ensuring an effective regulatory framework has to be followed by adequate monitoring and oversight. And the way we do this is we implement the risk-based approach. So we have a dedicated responsible gaming team, as you mentioned, and we allocate our resources to higher risk areas and to products and operators who we deem to pose a higher risk. So we conduct full scope examinations, targeted examinations, website checks. So however, having said that, and going back also to our responsibility as a regulator, I believe that this in itself is not enough, and we need to educate the industry stakeholders and to provide guidance to the stakeholders. And the way we do this, first and foremost, we try to, as much as possible, encourage an open and honest dialogue with our operators, meaning that operators are encouraged to approach us, to speak to us about, for example, new systems that they intend to implement, or to modify any existing systems. Let us know what is working, what is not. So sharing that experience, even for us to get a better insight of what is the situation out there. And following that, obviously, then we update regulations, we provide guidelines, sort of thing. And we do this quite proactively, actually. So we don't just rely on operators to approach us with these concerns, but we regularly hold what we call familiarization visits. These are basically face-to-face meetings with operators, and through these meetings, we seek to understand the difficulties that they are facing. Perhaps if there are any areas within the regulations that are not clear. So again, to share, it's a platform for both parties to share insights, to share experience, identify what is working, what is not, the areas that need further clarifications. So yes, that is our strategy.
So you're consulting the industry too before regulation is subject to changes, and you're making good experiences. So if you invite stakeholders from the industry, we want to know what you think we should change. Sometimes you may expect you receive a wish list, but I think a good dialogue works, and you probably can confirm that it's a good way to communicate.
Exactly. It's very important for us to, again, being a data-driven, going back to data-driven, it's very important that whenever we make a decision and a policy, it's backed up by data and research and insights into the field.
Right. Morgan France has a long-time experience in regulation, and it's a typical French regulation. Sometimes it's a bit nationalistic, looking into what you've done in the first years of building up regulation. But what is France, or how is France dealing with responsible gaming all over the years? Your development is massive, I think.
Yeah, thank you. The ING is a young authority. It's only 3 years old. But we can say that we have some first results with our model, who is based on upstream with compliance and downstream with control and sanction. First of all, operators must submit to the ING every year an action plan to prevent problem gambling and to protect minors, which must include, among other things, the description of their process to identify and to support problem gamblers. Operators are also required to send to the ING a document outlining their marketing strategy. ING can decline these plans if the actions are deemed inadequate. But to help operators fulfill their obligations, the ING has developed a proper compliance support system. To this end, the regulator has deployed several tools. To quote the main ones, the ING produced a reference framework for the prevention of excessive gambling and the protection of minors, guidelines and recommendations about advertising and bonuses, and advertising content charters. But these tools were built with the different stakeholders, with the industry, but the professional of health and scientists in France. It's important to mention that. I can say that identify and support problem gamblers are mandatory measures and are fundamentals. And over the past 3 years, ING has been dedicated to disseminating the best practices among its operators. And we want that the different system can include a different level of risk, and that operator can propose measures to support graduated with this kind of level of risk.
Thank you very much. You said the authority, your department is 3 years old. The AGEL is a long-serving regulator, of course. But that means that we can see there is this development, how much it cares to do more for responsible gaming, not just at the side. So you are autark in, well, shaping this sort of responsible gaming regulation, supervision, and dialogue. That's correct.
Yeah, absolutely. We need to improve the dialogue with the different stakeholders and industry. But if we have some results now, we need to go further, because we need to have more results. We talk about effectiveness, and we need to go further to reduce the growth who can be attributed to problem gamblers. In France, that's what we ask to the markets, online gambling, casinos, land-based casinos, monopolies. It's our goal.
Right. You said you're working on best practices.
Yeah.
Any approach how to assess best practices? Are you in constant consultation with other regulators? Are you doing your own research, evaluations?
Yeah, all of that. And the operators with the plan, we can show the best practice, and with our colleague, of course, with the GREO, but not only, and the scientists. But we need to improve our knowledge, because in France, we have a study of prevalence, of course, but we need to have more knowledge about the risk of addiction and the particular that we have with some offer, some comportment.
Thank you very much. Anders, you have something special. In Denmark, you have a duty of attention for operators towards gambling patterns. Can you share some guidance on what you are telling operators? What is the obligation? How does it work? What's the meaning behind it?
Yeah, thanks for the invitation. It's wonderful to be here. Yes, we have this obligation for the operators that they must be familiar with the gambling patterns of the players, and to take measures to prevent the player from developing a problematic gambling behavior. That's a rule, and then we have some guidance, and what we say is there's a broad scope of things you can do, but you must look at different parameters. We suggest you can look at something like winnings and stakes, duration of play, time of day, and something like that. Of of course, also the speed of the game. There's a difference between slots and lotteries, as we've talked about earlier today. Then we also say that you must look at several parameters and you must look at interactions. If we go back to the AI talk we had earlier today, for these implicit models, if you use machine learning, then you automatically look at all the parameters at once. But if you use explicit methods, you cannot just set a threshold for this or threshold for that. You must combine it, for instance, by point scores, 3 points for gambling late or 2 points for high stake or whatever, but make some kind of combination. So you look at everything at once, so to speak. And then we say you cannot use demographics at all, gender, sex, and so on, age, and so on. And the reason for that is, first of all, there's a legal point. We don't think it's part of the gambling pattern. But there's also the point, the AI talk talked about the risk of biases, and machine learning will just confirm the bias that you put into it, basically. So if you don't look at the demographics, then you're not biased. And the point is also that if I play in a dangerous way as if I was a young man, or perhaps in a different way as if I was an elderly woman, then I should still be caught. So you can be, you can pay attention to different patterns that are typical for different groups, but you don't have to look at the demographics of the gambler.
I would assume that this needs some technology and the operator is required to apply this technology. How does it work in practice? Or am I wrong? Is this something which is centralized?
It's not centralized, and there is a very broad scope in the sense that you can do, in theory, you could look through by hand by all your players. I don't think anybody could actually do that, but there's no rule against that. It would be nice, I guess, if there comes off-the-shelf products, but you can do different things. As I said, you can make some kind of point scores and say we give 5 points for this and 2 points for that. But you could also say let's have some experts, our own RG people or psychologists or something to rate some players, and then you make the machine, then you train a machine to make the same conclusions for other players that these experts would have made. And then, of course, it will never be better than the original assertment. So you still need to have good assertments, and then you need to train the machine well to do this. So that is what we do, and we also participate in...
Are there technical guidelines, technical regulations available for the operators they could adopt?
We don't have a kind of a blueprint. We've said these 6 variables, at least these would be good to include, but there's no... we don't say that you should. And also, quite often the operators choose to play a lot of emphasis on withdrawals and deposits, which makes a lot of sense in many ways. We say it's not really gambling data as such, so it can be used, but it cannot stand alone. You must also have something like the duration of play or the type of game or that kind of thing.
Finally, you're monitoring player behavior.
Yeah.
Is this a Danish idea? Did you develop this on your own, or is this something which is cross-border?
I think we were among the first with this. We introduced it, and now we are participating in the CEN work that was mentioned earlier today, where we talk about it European-wide to make a standard, and I have the pleasure of working with Morgan on that. And we go into this also to make sure, I think we should be realistic about what it is. There will be no thresholds mandatory, and there will be nothing about how the intervention shall be. So it will not be that if people live up to the standard, then they do everything fine. But it will mean that people who sign up to this cannot say, hey, we never thought about looking at the duration of play, for instance. That there is something that they say we will look into these things.
But you think you can define common grounds? We talked about, in the morning, we talked about how good it would be to have some sort of standardization. We don't have any harmonization across the European Union if it comes to gaming, which is a shame, of course, but that's how it is. But we can try to synchronize or to standardize things, and this could be, or is more the approach you're going. But how do you reach common grounds of understanding by way of communicating with other regulators?
Well, we join forums like this one, of course, and stay in touch. And also, we have a new, if we have some new legislation coming up in Denmark, we can ask other authorities, how do you, we think you have something similar, how do you do that? We just had some help with the French, actually, on some completely different topic.
Will you also ask the operators to bring some input, or is this first of all...
We are in close contact with operators.
Right, right. So what could be realistic goals to be achieved if there is an international standard? Morgan, do you have any guess to make what you think could be the next stage, next step?
Yes, I think it's important to share a common set of indicators and to define these indicators. It's a challenge for all of us, I think.
Yes. We are concentrating on monitoring player behavior, but I think there's also what we discussed today, this topic of advertising, of bans, of restrictions. I think this is something which is not easy to be discussed across Europe because the attitude is so different. Can we expect at some point, in some years maybe, rules to be applied for bonus amounts, for what is allowed in advertising, or is this not on your agenda? It's more technically.
I think it's on all of the jurisdictions, their agenda. Some very severe, other like very moderate, at a moderate level. And I think it's, what I see there, and I think it's also the two keywords were already said by you, Joerg, just a couple of minutes before, is that there is a need for a standardization and harmonization. I think all the regulators, and that's why also the regulators are in a body such as the GREO to discuss about it and to look for the common grounds. Because what we see today is that we have cross-border operators, but national jurisdictions, and that makes it very, very complex. That makes it very legal and lethal at the long end. A lot of court cases. Because, and I can tell you about it in Belgium. I mean, as soon as we put forward some legislation, we have a lot of administrative proceedings going on in the Conseil d'État, in the Constitutional Court, even at the lower court levels, that it is attacked because it's not accepted, and therefore I also plea for co-regulation. Co-regulation, that means to have the dialogue straightforward with the operators as well. It's not giving all eggs to one party, but it is to share and to see whether there is a common ground that is acceptable for everybody. Then there is also a lower level of legal proceedings going on, and I think there is a huge impact that can have in a positive way for both regulators as operators. By the way, I want to make a point here, what I heard earlier this morning. We have to make a difference between regulator and the legislator.
Good point.
Because the legislator is thinking, to my opinion, I'm a civil servant, I'm a loyal civil servant, but sometimes legislators can be very emotional, and they can make very emotional laws or decrees. And then as regulator, of course, we are bound to implement them towards the operators. That's a very important element that we should take into account. And we have to, and that's what we are doing in the Belgian Gaming Commission as well, is to say to the legislator, there is some nuance that you need to bring into your lawmaking, because there are specifics that maybe they are not aware about. And then I think if that is the common playing field, then we can go to a sector where compliance and compliance control can be implemented very effectively. So that, and then I'm talking about the legal sector, of course, that we can say to the legal sector, okay, they have their rules, everybody's playing by the rules, that in terms of control, you can shift more the attention towards the illegal sector. And I think those are three observations that I made this morning watching the discussions, is that the standardization, harmonization, we should really break or seize the moment to sit together and to plan how we should do that, that we go for co-regulation or look for what are good best practices for co-regulation. And that, of course, that we move to a more compliance-driven economic environment for the sector.
I think it's a very practical remark to say that the law is passed and litigation starts. How could this change? I guess I understand you the way that you're saying before the law is going to be passed, the legislator should consult with regulators and the industry and see how could we avoid those critical points, those critical requirements in regulation that probably cannot be accepted by the industry. Just to give you an example, I'm from Germany, and we have that situation, hundreds of court cases. With every license granted, the operator has to go to the courts because there are preliminary requirements, conditions, which are not really acceptable. One is one can question this, of course, but one is in Germany you are only allowed to offer bonus for your license, for your registered players in the amount of €100 per player per year. I mean, this is not competitive. We have still have a black market competition, and they are smiling and laughing, saying, we have one of the bonuses, we can attract players. This is one of these points where you have no chance other than to go and appeal it. Discussing these things before, mindfully, of course, could be a better approach. And so far, I'm very thankful you mentioned this. I think this could be one of the basic rules for communication and for starting changing regulation. The Maltese, the MGA, I learned that they try to find out what works and what doesn't. So assessment, self-assessment of regulation and enforcement and regulation. What does work and what does not work in your view?
So to prevent gambling problems, I still think, from my experience, I still think that the traditional self-help tools, such as the limits, reality checks, self-exclusions, they are still very much relevant today and are very effective when applied properly, either by the player or when they are imposed by the licensee. However, the reality is that some players suffering from gambling harm wouldn't even considering using such tools. So it could be they are not aware of such tools or it's their decision, you know. So one thing we need to do more is to promote players, to promote these tools to players and to educate players on how and when to use such tools. So education is very important. However, you'll still need to cater for that category of people that wouldn't use such tools. And in my opinion, the only way to do this is through behavior monitoring systems and going back also to markers of harm. This is an area that the MGA is focusing a lot on currently, also working with other regulators to establish a set of markers of harm. And yes, we believe that, in fact, earlier this year, we've updated our Player Protection Directive, and amongst other changes, we specified 5 markers of harm that we believe are amongst the most reliable and objective to identify a problem gambling, even when taking into consideration the different gaming products. And these, obviously, there are more. The 5 we specified, we started with these 5 are the frequency and increase of deposits and the gameplay, cancelled withdrawal request, multiple payment methods, the use of responsible gaming tools. So what we're referring here are a player setting a limit and making it less stringent, making it more, so that type of behavior, and also communication-based indicators. So regular requests for bonuses, the tone of interacting with the licensee. So those are the 5 markers of harm that we expect licensees to at a minimum implement into their systems, their automated behavior monitoring systems. Obviously, there are more, and we intend to publish further guidelines in this regard. The difficulty with it is that, going back to thresholds, it's very difficult to determine a threshold because the threshold would be specific to each player. So it's difficult to say that when there are 4 cancelled withdrawals, it's a definite sign of gambling harm. So in this area, that's where we encourage the use of AI technology and the machine learning technology, because these systems are able to identify a gambling pattern specific to the player, and then are able to identify deviations from that same pattern. And this itself is a very, very reliable marker of harm.
Leads to a more extensified monitoring of player behavior, and the detection purpose is easier than doing this manually with people, of course. Yes. Spiros, do you have these markers of harm also considered in your new jurisdiction, in your new regulation?
We try to we don't pretend that we know everything. It's a learning curve for us and for the operator, and of course the operator has all the data and the experience, and is more properly equipped to suggest markers of harm, at least. So at the first stage, we decided that we weren't going to be over-prescriptive. We just demanded that the criteria has to be objective and they can justify to us how they work. And on the next day, our next plan is to introduce KPIs so they can show us how effective their communication is. So does their betting behavior change over time with those interventions? Is the categorization correct? Is there room for improvement, and so on? And also, I wanted to add, in the topic of increased harmonization, we must not ignore that increased harmonization will also reward good actors in the gambling industry, because it will reduce regulatory costs. So something to consider. Also, we would like to see the working group.
Okay,
maybe
thanks.
Making an appearance.
Thanks very much. Right. And is anything you want to add on this sort of how to further develop new technologies? What comes next? Talking about AI to me always means we discuss it next year and something massive will be happened until then, because there is a development. I always like to say 40 years ago, we used computers, we used phones to make phone calls. 10 years later, we used the first sort of smartphones, and today we're using everything everywhere at the same time, and there's an email coming in every minute, and you can send photographs. So there is things you cannot predict. But what is your prediction of the impossible?
Yeah, given the topic of the talk here, I would just like to add that here by October 1st, so this is really brand new stuff, we register also all land-based gambling. That used to be able to be anonymized if it was betting. Now it will be registered to single player, and that means the duty of attention I talked about before will be also covering land-based betting, as will the self-exclusion scheme we have, where you can register with us and then you're blocked from all operators at once. As for the technology, I think it's very important. One thing is to notice the player. For us, it's very important to say also that when you get hold of the player, try to communicate with the player, it's very important that the player can see that it's due to their gambling patterns that they have been found. It's not so much whether it's machine-generated, the message, but it's that it is on target, that we are worried because this and that, so they don't think we got a message because they probably send that to all the gamblers. No, it's because we're worried about you, because the way you play. And that can also be maybe written by a machine or work with a machine or something like that. I think there will be a lot of AI use in all this industry, I'm sure.
I think so too. I received a question, many thanks for that. Perhaps, probably someone of you can help me. Question is, ANJ often says it does a lot of research. Where can we access the research? Any idea?
That must be for the ANJ.
In France, we don't have many studies, many French studies, because it's a new phenomenon and a new obligation for our public association, who is in charge of. So I know there is a lot of studies, in worldwide, but in France we need to have more studies, and we want to collaborate with research and to open our data, but we need to have to be allowed to. So it's a proposal to have this evolution in the law, and then we want that the industry can share his data and collaborate with the research to evaluate the effectiveness of the different measures and make some experience, new measure maybe to be to innovate. It's the point. And in France, we need to have, but I think that it's the case in all of the countries. We need to have more money to grant
these budgets for
yeah,
research.
absolutely.
Right. And it will not be frequently published, so I think that was the question. But maybe it's a good suggestion to make these things available in public, and then it could be the basis of a new discussion. Just finally, because I think there are no questions, because you touched this topic, communication regulator, legislator stuff, how do you think, Steve, will an impactful regulator look like?
Well, as a commission, I'm end of this month 1 year in function in this new wonderful job, wonderful world, this very interesting ecosystem of gaming, and I agree that we should call it gaming. Gambling makes it a little bit more untrustworthy.
The connotation, yes.
Let's keep it. That's why also we are the Belgian Gaming Commission. It's an interesting ecosystem. I see that operators, they are willing to open up to us. We are, by the way, we are visiting regularly the biggest operators to go and visit them inside, and they show openness to their data, etc. So they're willing to cooperate. So that's building trust. That's important for the compliance element. And I think important for a regulator is to be also an independent and autonomous operator. What I see in this 1 year in function, that this is not always the case. Of course, we have a powerful weapon for that. That's our annual report. But that doesn't serve if it falls on a cold stone, like we say in Flemish. That the message is not transferred to those who are reading the report, the legislator, for example, the ministers, etc. So there we have to really make the point or break the point for we have the knowledge, the expertise, we can bring the nuance, we are in touch with this ecosystem, we can convey from top down, bottom up the messages, and to mitigate into legislation that is where there is eating and drinking for everybody in it, and that could, how do you say, lower down the court proceedings, maybe less job for the lawyers, unfortunately.
That's enough to do for us.
But I think that's one of our main key points at the moment, and that's what we are also working day to day to be an autonomous and independent organization or regulator. Yeah.
Just be in the middle, like a spider in the net. Thank you very much. With that, I'd like to ask you to join me in thanking our panelists for a wonderful contribution. Thank you very much. You're now going to listen to a very exciting presentation of a very charming speaker, and I'd like to welcome Mrs. Marina Yiannikouri on stage. There she is, telling us about the monitoring of the responsible gaming program of the integrated casino resort. That sounds more than interesting. Marina.
I confess that I was a bit jealous of these regulators hub here and having you as a moderator. So I was really tempted to grab my chair and just sit with them, but maybe next time.
You are welcome next time.
Okay, well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marina Yiannikouri. I am head of responsible gambling and social responsibility at the Cyprus Gaming and Casino Supervision Commission. And today I will be talking about how we monitor the RG program of the integrated casino resort. So, in brief, I will introduce our organization. I will explain how RG fits as a social responsibility and a regulatory duty. I will explain in brief our understanding of RG and prevention of gambling harm. I will then talk about the operator's RG program and how we monitor the RG program and potential RG benefits of collection and combination of data. The Cyprus Gaming and Casino Supervision Commission is the regulator of the land-based casinos in the Republic of Cyprus. We regulate 3 satellite casinos, one in Nicosia, one in Paphos, and one in Ioanna. And since July this year, we also regulate the integrated casino resort in Limassol, which was previously the temporary casino, then closed and replaced by the integrated casino resort, or as we call it, the ICR. The legal framework is the Casino Operations and Control Law of 2015 and the regulations of 2016, and codes and directives that are issued by the Commission. So, everything we do is in the law in terms of responsible gambling, and I will explain. According to the law, the Commission must ensure that the potential erosion of society, addiction to gambling, as well as any negative effects on society, and especially minors and vulnerable groups from the casino operation, is restricted and controlled. And that defines our RG duty and social responsibility for prevention and elimination of gambling harm. And then the law says that the operator shall establish and maintain during the term of the casino resort license a responsible gaming program approved by the Commission and in accordance with the regulations. And that is what defines our regulatory duty for prevention of problem gambling and elimination of gambling harm, which goes back to what our chairman said this morning. There's 2 pillars. Is what we do in terms of prevention and what we do in terms of monitoring what should be done by the operator in terms of RG. So, in order to explain how we work, I need to briefly explain how we see RG and prevention of gambling harm. And we see it through a public health lens. That is, by understanding gambling behavior, by identifying risks related to problem gambling, and by using gambling behavior data to inform prevention about the gambling harm risks and the shift from problem to disordered gambling. We believe that prevention should be applied at all stages of the gambling spectrum, and that means from no risk to high risk of problem gambling, and to all eligible current players and future current players and future players. And by eligible, we mean 21 plus, that's the minimum age for gambling in the casino. And we also believe that where prevention fails, professional advice, support, and treatment is essential to be provided by those in charge of doing that. So let's talk about the operator's RG program. As I previously mentioned, the operator has a legal responsibility to establish and maintain an RG program. This RG program is submitted to the Commission for approval prior to the issue of the ICR license. And that is very important here because we see how important this RG program is. It's a condition for the issue of the license. The CGC Commissioner, CGC is the Cyprus Gaming Casino Supervision Commission, approve or disapprove the operator's RG program. And when this program is approved, then we are responsible to monitor its implementation by means that I will later on explain. So, where are we now with the operator's RG program? It was conditionally approved in June this year with a minimum actions list of what is expected by the commissioners. So, what is this program? Is it just a vague document of what the operator decides what should be done in terms of RG? Actually, it's the complete opposite. The law defines very specifically what this program must contain. It says that it must contain the goals, the targets, the timelines, and the KPIs to comply with the legislation and to meet with CGC's requirements. It must name the person or the committee and their responsibilities in supervising the establishment, the operation, and the implementation of the RG program. So we need to know exactly who is doing what. The procedures and guidelines to identify and trace casino customers who have or may have gambling problems. The procedures and guidelines on the availability of information regarding treatment, counseling, or intervention services, and also other financial or social services related to gambling problems. It also needs to know details of the operator system for customers to set limits on their gambling, money and time-wise. Details of the exclusion system for customers who have gambling problems, so that's exclusions by order, the mandatory ones, or self-exclusions, the voluntary ones. Details of the operator system to determine and impose maximum number of visits per customer per month. Details of the training program for the casino employees and the key casino employees to promote or adopt RG measures. So anybody who's involved in the procedure must have training. procedures and guidelines for keeping records of RG activities under the RG program, which is something that I will revisit later on, and the operation of support program for casino individuals with addiction issues. So how do we monitor this RG program? How do we know what's happening when it's implemented? The first way to do it is through inspections. As I previously mentioned, it's the legal responsibility of the operator to establish and maintain this program, and it's our responsibility to evaluate it, to approve it, and to monitor it. The first way we do that is through inspections. The legislation provides us with the authority to inspect casinos, and we do. We do inspect all casinos on various issues on a regular basis. And now we're looking into RG-specific inspections to utilize our supervisory right to identify RG issues on the casino floor and practically monitor the implementation of the RG program. Our department, the RG department, based on the operator's approved now RG program, has drafted an RG inspections list for continuous and ad hoc inspections, starting with specific sections of the law. So that's about how we use inspections as given to us through the law to monitor the implementation of the RG program. And then we have the regulatory reports. The legislation also says that the operator must provide regulatory reports on all issues regarding its operation. That's in the law, that's in the regulatory reporting direction, and the tools. But there's also a very specific section of the law that says that in terms of RG, within the RG program, the operator must keep records related to RG activities. So it's part of what it should give in the RG program. And that's how we get to use these reports for our purposes. So based on the approved RG program, our RG department, in collaboration with the technical compliance department, developed the necessary reports to effectively monitor and evaluate the implementation of the RG program. Of course, there's other sources of data that are and should be used in maximizing the work we do. I will briefly mention two of them. One of these is the mandatory registration and carded play, which will enable us to identify problem gambling through, for example, range of involvement, frequency of gambling, behavioral dependence patterns, intensity of gambling patterns. And then there's another tool that we're now working on, a risk assessment tool, which will give us basic sociodemographic data given upon entry, then progressing into more specific risk assessment questions, and all this to be done within parameters that are research and evidence-based. What are the RG benefits of potential collection and combination of data? I think they're very obvious, but I might as well say them. Better understanding of inefficiencies and compliance issues that we find in the implementation of the RG program, both for the operator in redesigning its RG program and for us to be able to better evaluate the RG program. For example, very basic example, the operator's training needs, the staff that are concerned with RG. More practical monitoring of the implementation of the RG procedures from paper to action, because we have the RG program in paper, but what is happening on the casino floor is a totally different story. So how do we do it on the spot? One example is behavioral interactions, when the employee suggests to a customer to go for a self-exclusion. How does that happen? We are able to use important data for research to guide gambling harm minimization strategies in a wider gambling context. For example, clusters of behavior more frequently observed in these RG interactions, which will gradually help us to understand better the landscape, the RG landscape in Cyprus and our specific needs. And of course, all this would lead to automation in the implementation and monitoring of the RG program, which is a plus for the operator and for us. So I'm very aware of time. I'm very aware how tired you are, so I will be very brief in my conclusions. One, responsible gambling for us is a wide range of activities. It's not about providing information on self-protection tools to direct all responsibility to the person. We don't believe in that. And I actually disagree with what was said today about gaming and gambling. As far as I'm concerned, it is gambling. We have a lot of new challenges to face in terms of gaming, and I think we should separate them, but that's my opinion. The Commission's responsibility for social protection is interlinked with an effective RG program established and maintained by the operator. So no matter how much work we do in terms of prevention, if what is happening in the casino isn't working, there is no good. Monitoring the RG program is not only a regulatory duty for the Commission, but a part of a multi-layered responsibility for the prevention of gambling harm. By that, what we mean is that we don't have just a checklist of things, documents that are there, and we just tick them. It's important because it's a multi-layered effort that involves everyone, and it shouldn't just be a checklist of yes and no. Last but not least, and I think everybody pretty much mentioned this today, research and data on gambling risks is a requirement for evidence-based actions, from responsible gambling to prevention to treatment, for the operator, for the regulator, for all involved stakeholders and society, where harm prevention strategies do meet and they should meet. Thank you for your time. Questions? Brilliant. Thank you.
A big relief. Thank you so much. I'm always impressed about your knowledgeable.
Thank you so much.
Excellent. So, the final panel today is dealing with women and responsible gaming. And I'm happy to welcome the moderator to the panel, Mrs. Christina Gollner. She's head of policy change and management consulting with Inos Limited. We have two speakers as well.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your patience. I know it's just us and lunch, so we'll try to be as brief and as substantial as we can. Let me just introduce my panel, Diane Thorogood. She is the Senior Project Manager of the Women and Gambling Program in GamCare in the UK, and our own Ms. Eva Simeonidou from the National Cyprus Addictions Authority. She works for the policy department there. It is my pleasure to moderate this session, which is one of the most critical policy challenges we are beginning to face within the gambling industry. It is very well understood now, and recent research confirms that women participation rates in gambling are almost similar to those of men. And it is with alarm that we find that almost 1 million women in the UK are currently affected by gambling-related harm or exposed to gambling-related harm. This has more than doubled over the past 5 years. And what is even more disturbing is that almost 1/3 of them, or even more, would be reluctant to seek help because of stigma. Now, you've already heard from the chairwoman earlier this morning that in an effort to bridge this gap between what may be considered a man's world and the actual reality of women needing help, the National Betting Authority, the National Cyprus Addictions Authority, and SPAVO, which is the Association for Preventing Domestic Violence, are working in the first comprehensive in terms of public health gender-specific program to empower and support women to seek help, identify the challenges first, seek help and support to manage their gambling or problem gambling behavior. And we need to stress that it is a program that integrates care and brings the pathway from screening to early detection, to linkage to care, to retention in care and recovery to women across Cyprus. But more on that in a minute. Let me first start with Diane here. Diana, I'm very keen to hear more and extremely happy to have you here with us on your women's program and how, and I will quote, it steers systemic change across policy, research, and treatment. So how does your program support women across the continuum of public health? So from screening, linking to care, keeping them in care, keeping them coming back for treatment through to recovery. What are the barriers that you have faced when launching the program and growing the program? And what can we learn from you?
So thank you for having me, first and foremost. I've been at GamCare for approximately a year, and the women's program has been in existence. It's now in its 5th year. And what we see across the board is that women find it difficult to access support in terms of their gambling harms, whether it be direct gamblers themselves or affected others, mainly because of the stigma that is faced within society and within their communities, but also because I think a lot of women don't actually recognise the support that there is out there for them to receive. And so how we sort of, how we approach that is in several ways. So the first way is that we're an informed-based, research-based program. So all of the work we do is based on the research that is commissioned. We are commissioned by Gamble Aware to deliver the program, and they commissioned research which was just put out this year, and it was around building knowledge around the experience of women in gambling. And we fed into that research in two ways. One, with the direct experience of women and their gambling experiences, and also through our lived experience community. We have a large lived experience community that feed into the work that we do, both in terms of developing training, but also in terms of helping us to understand the best way to support them.
Exactly.
And so also coming back to your question, talking about barriers, I think one of the most difficult barriers for women is the responsibilities that they hold, just as mothers, just as carers, just being in the workforce, and the demands upon their time. And so one of the ways we sort of approach this as well is to support, it's internally and externally. So internally as an organisation, we train our staff, our practitioners, how to support women specifically. So if I give you an example, I spoke to one of the practitioners last week, and she was working with a client who seemed to be disengaging. And normally I think there's a number of sessions. If you miss a number of sessions, then
you're considered.
Exactly. But after speaking to the engagement leads on the women's programme, and specifically around, well, what is happening for that client? Why she's not attending her appointments? And then after reaching out to her, it turned out that she just wasn't able to engage because of the demands upon her time, between work, between family commitments. And so they were able to arrange that she would do sessions in her lunch break, for example. Also, in terms of support, we've managed now to deliver support in every way. So there's face-to-face, there's virtual, there's ways that you can support yourself. We have a chat room for gamblers, women gamblers, where they can get peer support, and it's facilitated by practitioners. So we also have a support group for affected others, and again it's a 7-week program, and it's based upon sort of well-being and care, so helping the woman to build her health literacy around what she's experiencing, as well as receive support at the same time.
So I understand availability of solutions is critical. So
Yeah.
the more solutions we put out, the more we invite them to come in, visit, and use them. So if I may jump to Eva for a moment. So would you like to shed some light into what sort of availability we have of such solutions in Cyprus, and what is the profile of women seeking care, and how can we address those barriers that Diana mentioned?
Okay. Unfortunately, we don't have so many support systems for women in Cyprus. At the moment, we have 6 licensed treatment services. They are not specifically directed to women. They are accredited by the Cyprus National Addictions Authority, and they provide treatment to women individually, mainly, because the numbers are too low. Let me say that from our data, over the period of 2018 to 2022, we recorded 368 demands for treatment. And from this number, only 16 were women.
Wow.
So we have only 16 women in treatment yet. This means that it doesn't mean that this is the problem, that only 16 women are in need. We are worried that they may not have the access to treatment. And I agree with Diana about the barriers she said before, about the stigma. We know that Cyprus society is a very closed society. A woman has to face with so many difficult roles, to be a mother, to be a professional, to be perfect in everything in general. It's very, very hard for her to ask for help. And here I would like to mention somebody called me 1 month ago. She wanted a referral for treatment. She told me, I want to go somewhere to treat myself. I have a gambling issue, but I don't want anybody else to see me going there. And I want to be alone. I don't want a group. I don't want males in the group. And I said, we don't have this kind of treatment. And Diana said before also about the chat rooms and about the online treatment. And I think this is a very good challenge for us, and we should consider of us. But at the same time, I want to emphasize that we have programs in Cyprus, and they work very, very good. We have family support, we have individual care, we have social support. So it doesn't mean that we don't have access or we don't have treatment for gambling addiction issues.
No, definitely. And I think we're probably a few steps behind, but that doesn't mean that we are not on the right track. And I think the new program that we are launching for women and gambling and bridging the gap will specifically provide us with a pathway on how to screen, identify early, link to care, keep them in care, exactly as Diana said. We need to make sure that there is some flexibility and we can accommodate growing needs or changing needs so that women don't feel alone and they don't feel they need to leave their care for whatever reason. Apart from that, I would like to ask Diana, I've read the impressive number of 8,000 professionals being trained, and I'm wondering, how did you do it? And also, what is the reaction of other stakeholders in the wider area of managing, an addiction, be it, the gambling providers or be it the healthcare system? This is also critical for us here in Cyprus as we are seeking to integrate our care within the national health system.
Well, I think the one thing that's common across the whole of Europe and the UK is that gambling is still very much a hidden harm. So for a lot of the professionals that we work with, how we engage with them is around the screening. So most assessments for any professional that's working with women do not include screening questions around gambling, whether it be direct gambling or whether it be the gambling of another that's as part of your circle. And so I think a lot of the stakeholders and a lot of the professionals that we come into contact with, they've never really thought about gambling, asking that screening question. So that's where we start. And so in our learning outcomes, is we focus on the screening question. We start with the screening question and we end with the screening question. And what we say to those professionals is, what will you now do differently? And how can we support you to do that?
So I think that is also part of your training as well in the women's program. So you focused very strongly on the small and the long and the short and the long questionnaire to screen women. So I think that would be also critical for the Cypriot program.
Yes,
Eva?
it is. Let me tell before you asked me before I didn't answer this question about the profile of women. Women ask treatment. The profile is a Cypriot, 40 to 70 years old women, very well educated, with a very good job, good financial income, and the majority of these women have depression and anxiety. And the majority of these women have experienced premature abandonment of treatment. This program focus on different kind of women, of the vulnerable women that will never maybe ask for help. These women, we find these women in the social support services. And the program we launched together with the National Betting Authority and with the Domestic Violence Association, SPAVO, focus on this group, on women that are in contact with the Domestic Violence Association, SPAVO. They ask for help for domestic violence, but people there, the staff, can screen and find other issues and other related to gambling harm that these women may be affected by. So the procedure includes a protocol which describes the screening of these women, the referral of these women to the treatment services, the follow-up, and something very important is that even if they don't experience gambling-related issues, they may experience in the future, because we know that there is a very high number of women which have trauma or other problems or have been abused. They experience in the future sometime gambling-related issues. So we started this program by educating the professionals at SPAVO and also the professionals at the treatment services in order to be able to take care of these women when they are referred. At the moment, we just started this program. It's new for us, and the goal is to expand this program to other social services, to other support networks. And I got the experience from Diana. She said before that they trained so many professionals, and maybe we can expand the program to GPs, to primary healthcare, to mental health services, to social services, and to any kind of support services we have in Cyprus. Train the professionals so they feel more confident to find and screen if there are any related to gambling harm, and support these women to ask for help.
This is a critical question, the integration with general health services, because it will also sustain, as my friend Laura says, treatment there. And in line with what my friend Marina says, we need to identify the appropriate KPIs so that we know that we learn from this experience in this program and support it to grow. We've only got 5 minutes, so Chair, I don't know if we have any questions. I don't have a tablet here, so if there are any questions, happy to address them. Happy also to take questions live. If there's anyone who's interested. No questions. So if there are no other burning questions, I think we can conclude. Oh, yes, please.
Or is that compared to what men say in a similar study?
There was a study of women only. Gambleware did a study called Building Knowledge of Women's Life Experiences of Gambling and Gambling Harms. And the report was delivered April of this year. So it was a study that was concluded by Gambleware.
It probably, though, means that we need to sort of be flexible with our outreach approach as well. So whatever we are preparing in terms of responsible gaming, we should probably find the right way to make it relevant to women as well. It can't be just men playing games, or it has to be relevant to women as well. We see in the spots, the various advertisements, it has to be close, it has to hit home for them as well.
Definitely, and I think that also advertising for women in terms of gambling is very much proposed. It's in the UK more so, like of being sort of bingo, so join a community, build a friendship, build a community group. So a lot of the women, they may start off with that type of gaming and then move over to other types of gaming. And also I think that often is the case that, you know, for women, even thinking about, you know, another reason why they don't access support is a lot of the time around the fear around accessing support. So, you know, if they've got children, would they risk losing their children? Are they in a job that may, if it's highlighted that they've got gambling issues, may affect, you know, their earning potential and you know, their social situations. So there are many different ways in which for women it can be detrimental, not for just for themselves, but for their families and also the wider community.
Completely true. So, Chair?
If you want to discuss 2 more minutes, you can do so, of course. Even 3.
Can I just invite a closing comment from both of the speakers, please?
Yes, of course. Okay, I will start. We hope and we aim to make the treatment available for everybody and make stigma less being a barrier for women. And I think this is not just one's responsibility, but it is the society's responsibility. It should start from the society to let women be, to inform women first about what is accessible, what there is in the society, how they can ask for help, give them more options of help, more support, and I think this is the first step. And then we need to go to the primary care, the health care, and engage the GPs, engage the mental health services, engage all the create a big network and to support and help women ask for help. And as it's concerned about advertising, we believe that also the gambling industry should take in their mind about the women special needs and be more sensitive with their needs and refer any kind of harm-related behavior to treatment services. This is very important. And here I would like to say about the helplines we have. We have 2 helplines in Cyprus. So if even we make these helplines obvious to everybody, it's one step so they can ask for help anonymously without stigma.
Of course. Diana?
Now, I'd like to say that I think for women, it's really important that we sort of raise awareness, and that will be direct to clients and also with professionals that are working with women in any capacity. And so the first thing is raising the awareness. And I think that starts from childhood, you know. It starts with us working with children in schools, talking to them about gambling and gaming, and then moving on from sort of like the early stages, then moving when we have got women that have issues, is really about providing that support and making sure that it's accessible. Because I know that a lot of people in remote areas, they may find it difficult to travel to centres, so making it accessible on all different platforms. And also really sort of feeding into research is really important. All of the work that we do, if we're not measuring, then we can't assess whether it's working or it's not. So it's really important that we feed into the research so that we can continue to build programs that support women today and for forever.
Yeah, this is very important. And we need to find the indicators so you can evaluate every kind of program and to evaluate the program and to know if it's successful so we can change it or do it the same way in the future. This is very important, I agree.
So thank you all for your patience. Thank you to our lovely speakers. Really enjoyed the conversation. So after you.
Thank you, Christina. Respect for what you're doing, and thanks for your excellent presentation. So you raise your hands if you're no longer in Cyprus. Oh, that means you're all here still. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. A few words of thanks. Before I do so, I'd like to remind you, take your smartphone, whatever, and look at the poll with Slido and just give your comments on how you like the conference. I think it's very important for the organizers to know whether they met your expectations or not, and if not, let us know what's missing. Then I would like to thank, of course, again, the NBA for putting all this together. It's a lot of work, but not only the president, of course, the whole team behind the scenes. We as presenters, we were treated so wonderfully by them in preparing, putting things together, taking care of us, making sure we're not missing anything, making sure we are here, this is what we are. And so thank you for that. The technical team made it happen that we could understand everything, including fantastic simultaneous translation, interpretation. I would like to thank them all. And I hope I've not missed anyone. If so, please send me your complaints and I will write you a letter and thank you personally then. Nothing left to say other than thanks for your attention, thanks for coming, enjoy the lunch, which is now waiting for you outside, and promise to come back next year. Thank you, bye-bye.